the big W goes to Bobby.
It's a beautiful day for pickleball on the ATP Tour.
Are you kidding me?
Here we go.
It's spring in South Beach, but there's no break on the APP Tour. This week, the Gold Coast plays host to the top pickleball pros, all vying to make their mark in the Magic City, because only the best of the best will leave South Florida with a golden glow. It's the 2024 Chase APP Miami Open. Nearly 1,200 players, including 350 pros, are all here in the Sunshine State in search of that ultimate pickleball treasure, a gold medal in the first ever APP major. In the iconic words of Will Smith, welcome to Miami here on Championship Court. I'm Dorian Kraft alongside Next Gen National Team Head Coach Chad Edwards and Pro Pickleball Coach Dominic Catalano. Fellas, in sports, March means one thing, and that is madness. Pickleball is no exception. The brackets are in ruin thanks to a rash of upsets, and nowhere was it more evident than in the men's singles as we take a look at our Aura Organics gold medal match menu. The top seed Hunter Johnson, he is into Championship Sunday, but the upstart Grayson Golden making his first gold medal match, and Dom, he has got ground strokes that pack a punch.
Yeah, well, Hunter Johnson, your one seed, no stranger to a Championship Sunday on the single side of things. He's playing extremely well, but Grayson Golden on the other side of the net is electric. He has so many shots. He really hits the ball clean, hard, with a lot of pace. This is going to be very exciting because it's going to be Hunter Johnson attempting to slow Golden down in this match, and you're not going to see much of that from Johnson when he plays. He likes to play with pace. But if anyone can play faster, it's Grayson Golden. I am so excited to see this kid and see what he can do.
In the women's gold medal match, it will be the top seed Megan Fudge, who has been a mainstay on Championship Sunday. She is taking on the 6th seed Jenna Hessert. And Chad, this is a matchup of consistency versus athleticism. What's going to win out?
Yeah, well, 2 stops already in 2024, 2 silver medals for Megan Fudge. She's looking for some redemption, but that's part of the consistency, right? She's the mainstay on Sunday in women's singles. A little bit of an adjustment, but we'll see how she does. The athleticism of Jenna Hessert, she is probably the most athletic female on tour, and you see it on the court. Her speed, her ability to get to that kitchen line and really take control. Fudge is going to have to find some balls that are going to dip below the net, open up some space if she's going to stand a chance against Hessert, who was on fire yesterday.
Mixed doubles on deck today, and we saw this back in Sacramento with the top seed Andre Diescu and Megan Fudge going out in the quarterfinals. Chad, what is it that has made these top seeds so susceptible to upsets?
Well, we've seen the partnership changes from 2023 to 2024. So because we're still early in 2024, still trying to figure out that familiarity of a partnership, the court coverage, who's taking what ball, what are our sequences. So that's why we're seeing some struggles early on from these higher seeds, but they're a high seed because they make the adjustments faster.
And Dom, with the rise in talent plus the new partnerships, is there anyone in the bracket that you think could be vulnerable today?
Well, like Chad hit on, it's the higher seeds. Because of these lower seeds, they're newer, they're coming in, they have nothing to lose. So your one seed, you have Susanna Barr and Hunter Johnson, a new partnership. The first time they played was yesterday in warm-ups. Now, have they looked good so far today? Yes, they have. And then your 2 seed, Megan Fudge and Andre Diescu, they got upset in Sacramento. They had a battle in their last match against Eva Radikowska and CJ Klinger that they pulled out. But again, those top seeds, new partnerships, but they could be just a little susceptible, and we got one coming in front of us as the 1 seed with Susanna Barr and Hunter Johnson. They played a ton against each other last year on Championship Sunday in mixed. Now they're partnering up, so it's fun to watch.
The top seed, Susanna Barr and Hunter Johnson, will be next on Championship Court. They'll be taking on Will House, who captured a bronze medal in the first tournament of the season in Punta Gorda. He's playing alongside Millie Rain. No worries about the weather here in Miami. We're indoors at the Miami Convention Center. It is the perfect atmosphere for pickleball, and we have got first serve coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It's the Chase APP Miami Open.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
When I first started the company, I was really excited to empower people of all abilities. You've made something that people find invaluable. It fuels you to keep making a better impact with your business.
I don't have to think about the pathway to the ocean. I just know that I'm going to be able to surf again.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
Years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The APP is sponsored by Chase. AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do. And Tervis, the original insulated tumbler.
Surprise, surprise, Hunter Johnson, another championship men's singles.
What motivates me, I would say not being the best in the sport.
And your gold medalist, Hunter Johnson.
Everyone wants to be number one.
There you have it. Hunter Johnson gets the gold, the win, and he is your men's singles champion.
I mean, you're not a true athlete, I think, if you don't want to be the best.
Hunter Johnson, his 7th men's gold singles medal of the season. What a show of resiliency to double dip and win the gold.
It's been an amazing year. I'm just grateful and blessed to be here and playing pickleball.
Hunter Johnson was the golden boy on tour last year. He was a mainstay on Championship Sunday in mixed doubles, men's singles, and in men's doubles as well. Hunter Johnson playing alongside the new partner this year, Susanna Barr. He played with Paris Todd for the majority of the season last year. What is it that makes this partnership so dynamic?
Well, Hunter Johnson's able to play free here, right? So he can play free, take over what he wants. He's got the rock on the right side, that being Susanna Barr. She's going to keep balls in play. She's going to set him up nicely. She loves that cross-court dink from the right side. So I think that's what we're going to see here, too, is going to be Susanna Barr and Millie Rain going cross-court with that forehand-to-forehand dink. So that's what's going to be my X factor here. But, again, like you asked, Dorian, what is it that sets them apart and gives them that 1 seed is their consistency. They played against each other. It seemed like a dozen times last year. And both of them looked at each other and said, hey, we played against each other enough. Let's team up and see what we can do here.
Millie Rain, the 26-year-old out of Boca Raton, Florida, playing with Will Howes. We've seen Will Howes pair with a couple of different mixed doubles partners. His level of play has continued to increase this year on tour. Chad, what should we expect to see from Howes and Rain?
Well, Howes and Rain actually have some familiarity already because they train together a lot here in Florida. But look for Millie Rain to really start speeding up either down the line or even crossbody on Hunter Johnson there in front. Howes, being the newer player on the court, players still haven't quite figured his game out yet. So that's the advantage for them.
Howes coming off of his first ever gold medal. That was in men's singles in Sacramento. Got knocked out by Grayson Golden en route to Championship Sunday. He is looking to medal in his third straight tournament. He's picked up one in each of the first tournaments this year, as Millie Rain in the pink top and white skirt is set to serve at the bottom of the screen. And Rain getting the better of Barr to start us off.
Yeah, it's a nice ball from Barr. She had Will Howes way back, but Howes did a great job of recovering and getting back in that point.
Howes stepping over, but already we're seeing a couple of those patented Susanna Barr lobs.
Yeah, it fooled Howes for a second. He didn't think he expected.
I don't know why he didn't hit the backhand flick right there, but to finish that point, that's the speed up that I'm talking about from Millie Rain. Does an excellent job disguising it and gets Hunter Johnson off balance just enough.
Johnson able to earn this side out, goes right at the feet of Howes.
0-2-1.
0-2-1.
Second serve.
Second serve on the missed third.
That's going to be the key right there, is for Barr to be hitting that third shot drop. When she hits that third shot drop, she allows Hunter Johnson to crash and get to that kitchen line.
Johnson getting too big in the transition zone. Going back to the missed third, it's unusual to see Barr miss a third. She's one of the best in terms of drop thirds on tour. Speed up just out. Another point for Rain and Howes. They've gotten off to a good start here, up 3-0-1.
But that's all about the spot. Watch where Rain hits that right on the right shoulder. Johnson gets a paddle on it, but he has to lay that hand back, and that's why it went deep.
Another out ball, 4-0 now.
She was going right at the body right there, and Howes getting out of the way. I think Hunter Johnson thinking it hit him.
Howes saying it did not hit me.
15 seconds.
So the call will stand.
4-0-1. Second serve.
Little
Johnson,
frustration
I was
there.
going to say, Johnson a little frustrated right there. Goes right at the body of Howes.
4-0-2.
That's how you get it out.
Even no doubt. A miss hit from Rain, side out.
Yeah, that's a nice roll there from Barr, adding the spin to it. That's what throws off the timing rather than the power.
That's a
beautiful
nice
roll.
Yeah, just like you said right there, Dorian. It's a nice roll. It's a good spot. He takes something off it. If he hits this 100%, it's going way out, but he just rolls that at about 65, 70%.
Johnson has made his mark, playing so controlled at the kitchen line. Popped out of bounds. Second serve.
That's a good job by Rain and Howes there to keep the pressure on Barr and Johnson, not allowing them to get through that transition area.
Barr trying to go backside again on Howells, but just a little wide. They do get on the board. But Rain and Howells looking good here early on and a lot of control.
Another point for Rain and Howells. They got to this quarterfinal. They won their first match 1-5, and then topped Riley Bonert and Ryler DeHart 10-6.
Ooh. Catches the back corner there with the around the post for Howells. Excellent job here. Body control, letting that develop, get around the post. We take another look. Well inside the sideline there.
Left up. Barr able to get a good paddle on it.
Well, good speed up right there from Johnson, and then Barr able to get that put away, a little inside out forehand.
Nice defense there from Johnson to earn the side out.
So he fixed that and played better defense on that ATP, but Howells wasn't able to get enough on that one. Easy reset there for Johnson, get back in the point, get that side out, but not before Rain and Howells add 2 more to the scoreboard.
Top seed trailing by 5. They've gotten here via straight game victories as Barr misses another third.
Yeah, Barr's trying to get some added top spin to those drops right there, but she's just coming over the top of the ball, pushing it down into the net. Look to see a little bit more extension out of that one, and then a missed drop there from Hunter Johnson. Quick side out, not what you want in this situation.
No, you got to be adding on each time here.
Barr getting up for the put away. Six, 1-2.
Point.
A little bit below the net. Another point for Howells and Rain. They are now up 7-1-2 on a rash of uncharacteristic errors from the top seeds, Susanna Barr and Hunter Johnson. They want to take a timeout to talk it over as the top seed on the ropes early as we take our Tervis hydration break here on Championship Court. We talked about the upsets, how prevalent they've been. If you're Millie Rain and Will Howells, you could not have gotten off to a better start. What are they doing to frustrate Johnson and Barr?
They've stayed super clean to me, right? They're not forcing the issue. A lot of times you might think Will Howells plays very fast with a lot of pace. Right now, he's not. He's staying controlled, waiting for the right opportunity. Very impressed with the way and the pace of play from them.
Well, he also has a partner that does a very good job at speeding up down the line and crossbody of the player in front of him. And Millie Rain hides it so well that they're keeping Johnson and Barr off balance.
Time in.
Howells and Rain played together in Sacramento as well in mixed doubles. Nice ball from Barr to earn the side out.
Yeah, that's a good point after the side out. Good control right there from both Barr and Johnson.
With some work to do, the top seed trailing by 6 here on Championship Court in this first quarterfinal match. Barr lob sets up the easy put away from Johnson.
So she's gone 3 lobs so far. 2 have gone up and over Millie Rain. They're good. The one she tried to go up and over Will Howells wasn't as good. He just didn't read it well. Those are 2 good bars, or 2 good lobs by Barr. If she's going to go there, that's the spot she's got to go.
I was waiting for the bars by lob.
Well, you answered my question because I was going to ask if over Rain as that time she can't take it off of the hip if Rain is the right spot to keep going with those lobs.
Oh, absolutely, and especially in mixed doubles, right? If you're going over the left shoulder of the right side player, typically the female, two things happen there. Female has to go back from it and she's corkscrewed into the court, or the male has to go and get it. And an excellent Ernie there from Will Howes to put the pressure on.
Howes, one of the most athletic players on tour. Played his collegiate tennis at Notre Dame.
Yeah, nice spot right there, catching Millie Rain and Will Howes uncoiling right there. On a short return, that's trouble on an uncoil if you can't get to the spot fast enough. And Hunter Johnson makes him pay. Nice little run here from the 1 seed.
3 straight points for Johnson and Barr. 4-7-2.
4-7. Hold on. It's okay.
Oh, I was doing a recall. So if there hadn't have been a little misspeaking there by the referee and Johnson had have served in the middle of that score call, would have been a fault.
Unkind net cord, another point as Johnson and Barr making a run. Smart timeout here by Howes and Rain as they have seen their lead cut to 2.
Chad's a genius in here. Right after that ball
It's
went in
almost
the
like
net,
he coaches or something.
Chad's giving a timeout signal, thinking, yep, it's
me.
coming. Is it coming? Yes, it does right there. But what I saw the difference right here, the last couple points where Rain and Barr were going cross court, Barr was not pulling her wide. She went to the inside foot, to the left foot, and
that's
Rain,
the key with Millie Rain.
And Rain is not able to extend right there.
Yeah.
So it's allowing Barr to jam her up just enough to where she can't get much on the dink. When you hit to Millie Rain's forehand or to her right foot, she's able to roll that and put more pace on it. So a good spot find here from Barr.
What counter do Rain and Howes need to make then?
Well, I think they need to be a little bit more aggressive here. They have to bring the tempo back on their side. They've allowed Johnson and Barr to...
That's not the way right there.
That's going with that Ernie there, just a little too much pace, and it leaves Rain stuck in the middle. But yes, they do need to pick up the tempo, but again, it has to be right times. But I look for them to be a little bit more aggressive on the dinks, try to push Johnson and Barr away from the kitchen line.
Howes finally able to put it away down the middle, but not before Barr and Johnson run off 5 straight points. It's now a 7-6-1.
Yeah, nice run to get back in this first game, put some pressure, because there was no pressure on Howes and Rain at the beginning of that one.
Johnson stepping in, Howes coming across for the put away.
And that's all about the spot there from Rain. She reads the attack, she counters back down the line and creates that pop-up off the backhand of Johnson. If she just counters that directly in front, Johnson's sitting there with another forehand.
Johnson winning the hands battle that time.
Well, it was a tough speed up right there from Will Howes. It's a low spot. Johnson sitting on the, and it's cross court. So it's two death blows right there, cross court and low.
That one sails just wide. Why is cross court more difficult than head on?
Well, because when you speed up cross court, typically you speed up cross court and the person you're speeding up to will go flat right in front, and you're leaving your partner hung out to dry because of, like Chad said, no reaction time.
Oh,
Rain trying to give Barr a little bit of her own medicine.
Doubles up on the lob, go left hand overhead, and then the little two-hand flick.
They all count the same.
Second serve.
But then you miss the serve.
Second serve coming.
Excuse me. By roll call, stands.
Yeah, Rain and Howes saying right there, you can challenge it if you want. We are on the feed, so there is challenges available. Each team gets 3 challenges.
No question about that one, right through the middle. They're tied at 8.
8-8-2.
big put away from Howells as Johnson and Barr run into each other up the middle.
But we are tied up now. Again, nice run here from Barr and Johnson to get back in.
Midst of a 6-2 run in favor of the top seeds. Beautiful movement from Howells.
Yeah, a good job there from Barr and Johnson to fight off the first attacks. A good speed up from Rain, and Howells came over to finish. But a little unlucky with that last ball catching the net cord. But Howells, when he gets a ball elevated, so much power. No, it's just out.
I like the thought, though, from Millie Rain. The first two were really good and put a lot of pressure on Johnson and Barr.
9-8-2.
More power from Howells, gets a weak return off the battle of Barr, and Rain finishes.
Yeah, but honestly, that was all about the off-pace ball there from Millie Rain. Howells came in, put on pressure, but Barr and Johnson are really good at defense. You have to change the speeds.
And brings up game point for Howells and Rain.
Somehow she stayed out of the kitchen.
The side spin on that ball, too.
I was looking at her feet. Somehow she stayed out of the kitchen. She was tippy-toeing on one foot.
So Barr and Johnson fight off a game point. They will get back on serve, trailing 8-10-1.
Wow, what a drop. You see the shape on that ball right there from Hunter Johnson. And how easy is it to overhit that ball right there because you have Rain coming through transition. You want to keep her back, but instead Hunter Johnson shapes this. Watch this. Takes off. As Rain's not there, it's a perfect spot. If he speeds that up, it's sitting on her forehand.
Johnson and Barr not unused to success on championship
100%.
court. They have been here time and time before, as you mentioned, against one another. But this is the count from last year. Hunter Johnson, 27 medals. Susanna Barr, 24. Two of the most decorated players on tour teaming up. That makes them a force to be reckoned with in mixed doubles this season.
Yeah, and Chad's pointing at the screen. What are you pointing at, Chad?
No, I'm saying you've got the 1 seeds right there that we just highlighted. But then the 2 seeds of Andre and Megan, they're 1 and 2 on the medals list from 2023.
Exactly.
A little mix and match last year. Susanna Barr playing mixed doubles alongside Andre Diascu. Paris Todd also on that list, played with Hunter Johnson. So these new partnerships are definitely breeding success and built on that foundation of last year.
I'll try again.
Oh,
9-10-1.
recall the score, 9-10-1. Nice slide there from Rain.
And I'm really surprised that Will Howells didn't attack that ball through the middle. He let it go to Rain's backhand, and it was an excellent job by her to kind of insert some aggression there. But Howells has to be looking for that ball through the middle.
That time Barr going right into the backhand of Howells for the put away, and it brings up game point number 2.
And again, over the left shoulder of Barr. We're going to see that in mixed doubles so many times on those lobs.
10-9-1. Howells going too far middle, and Johnson read it perfectly.
He jumped too early.
Yes.
Susanna Barr read it. She saw him. She went right to the body.
10-9-2.
Yes. You agree, Chad?
I 100%, because that was not the ball to go middle.
Johnson makes the forehand error, and game number 1 goes to the 7th seed, Will Howell and Millie Rain. They have the top seed on the ropes here on championship court at the 2024 Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
At Typical Insurance, you're just another senior.
That is the third health insurance commercial with seniors at a farmer's market.
Right? Don't get me wrong, I love a fresh heirloom, but it's like those companies think we're all the same.
That's why I chose Humana. Before I signed up, I spoke to someone who actually listened to what I needed. She told me about benefits that were right for me, like vision and dental, all in my budget. I finally feel in control. What are you doing?
Taking control.
Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Welcome back. Let's take another look at our Gamma Live to Play rally of the match. 8-all in game number 1, going the way of Rain and Howes and really solidifying their hold on the first game.
Yeah, and it's an excellent speed up from Rain there to be able to insert the power, and that's what I talked about at the beginning. Look for her to speed up behind Hunter Johnson, crossbody on Johnson, and then that allows Howes to step over.
Johnson and Barr finding themselves trailing for the first time in this tournament. Oh, what a get from Rain.
Wow, that ball's behind her when she got it. Great get from Millie Rain right there.
Rain showing off the athleticism to earn the side out.
0-0-1.
Johnson, another forehand error, but it's the play of Rain. They're really trying to force it.
Well, watch right here. Rain is going to take a step back, reads the counter there from Johnson. Howes steps over. She's all over the court.
Wow, Millie Rain covering every inch right there, and it's almost like she's taking over right now. There's just no hole.
How many times on tour have the two of you called Millie Rain the X Factor?
Quite often. We saw her make a few finals in women's doubles in 2023, but her game has really elevated, over the last 4 to 5 months, where she's already won a doubles with Bobby Oshiro in Punta Gorda. She's made deeper runs in mixed doubles.
Oh, right through the middle.
Wow, I mean, unbelievable coverage right here. Watch Rain move up here and take the pressure off of Will Howes. Watch her step up. Here it is right here. Boom, steps into that one. Beautifully done through transition.
The biggest thing there, though, is that she stuck with the ball. When Howes stepped over, typically when the guy steps over, a lot of females will give room, but she stayed with the ball.
Howes finding space again up that center tee. 5-0. Rain and Howes timeout for Johnson and Barr as they are in trouble, down a game and down 5 points.
This is Millie Rain right here. She's just taking over, taking things and matters into her own hands right now and saying, you keep coming at me, I'm going to punish you.
Howes and Rain already putting on a performance here on championship court on their way to a potential upset. There's been a lot of good pickleball play already.
Yeah, around the post there from Will Howes. Little Ernie setup. Rain, nice movement there in the middle of the court. And that's the familiarity between these two where they train together, so they have the well, the upside compared to Barr and Johnson right now with their movement on the court.
Rain and Howells train in Florida alongside JW and Georgia Johnson, the four of them training partners.
Wow, just nothing going their way right now as that goes off the edge guard of Hunter Johnson.
6-0-1 here in game number 2.
Ooh, it was there.
Yep.
She held it well, just pushed it a little deep. But, I mean, Rain and Howells are playing loose and free right now. They're not worrying about making mistakes. They're just keeping that tempo going their way.
Howells misses the forehand in the net for the side out. What surprises you more, the consistency of Howells and Rain right now, or the inconsistency of Barr and Johnson?
The consistency of Howells and Rain and how they're not getting out of their game. They're playing slow, setting things up nicely.
Ooh.
Foot fought on Howells.
Howells looking down, saying, really? Not sure about that one?
Happened right in front of the referee.
We'll take another look here. Maybe right foot down the sideline. Down the sideline.
Another point for Barr and Johnson.
This is where Rain and Howells can't get too loose.
Miss serve. But the one thing that Barr and Johnson cannot do is to gift them opportunities.
Oh,
that
another
time he
overhead, but this time
it had so much side spin on it where the ball hit, and Millie Rain here just has no chance.
Corkscrews it into the court.
Nothing she can do on that one.
The second overhead off the edge guard for Johnson, 3-6-2. Elevated ball, and Barr puts it away.
Well, good patience right there, because there was a couple times it looked like both Barr and Johnson were going to pull the trigger, and they stayed in it, set up a better opportunity for themselves.
4-point run for Barr and Johnson, get back within 2. Howells earns the side out.
Yeah, and that's a good step over and re-roll back to Barr there, because Johnson was coming forward trying to put the pressure on. Once he got that pop-up, now Johnson's in the danger area on that Howells forehand.
Howells misses the overhead.
Dangerous right there. That's tough. Will Howells is just enough off balance. He goes off the tape.
That is
a huge forehand.
Ridiculous forehand there from Howells. Not because of the pace, but the shape. He's almost hitting this with the weight falling back. Now he gets balanced enough, but that less than half an inch between the ball and the net court on that drive.
Rain misses the third, side out. But Howells and Rain tack on one more.
4-7-1.
Howells popped it up, and Barr puts it away.
So good backside right there on Barr. She reads Howells pinching middle just a little too much right there. Look where he pinches. She goes behind, gets the pop up.
All right, this is
5-7-1.
almost identical to game 1. It's in.
Tweener. Oh. Tweener into the sign.
I think the spin threw Howells off a little bit as that ball went up. There was enough spin on it. Look at it. You see it kick to our left on the screen right there and throws him off just enough.
Almost would have been better to try and go around the post on that with the spin.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Adding degrees of difficulty.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna run back. I got my back to the court. I'm thinking tweener. I read the spin. I'm gonna hit around the post.
Listen, I just have that much faith in the athleticism of the pros on tour.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Just throw it out there.
Oh, I'll be the first one to admit that I cannot do that whatsoever. But Rain and Howells want to take a timeout as they were leading at one point 6-0. Since then, it has been a 6-1 run for Barr and Johnson to get back in game number 2, still on first serve as well.
This is the thing, too. You get a 1 seed down. You get a top seed down.
6-7-1.
You need to
Game 1.
Put your pedal to the metal and not let them back up. And that's exactly what they've done right here. Is they've let them back up and given them a little life. But a good timeout so far here for Howells and Rain is
6-7-2.
they get on second server. Perfect timeout for them as they hold both serves, get the ball back in hand with a lead still.
It was 6-7-1 in game 1 as well. Rain and Howells ended up taking that 11-9.
I don't like it.
Oh, yeah, that was
right into the body.
And I see it in the middle of the point because I don't like bringing Rain up to the net right there by Johnson with the little drop. Unless it's perfect and she's way behind and it works. If you bring them up, that's trouble. Now you're letting them back in the point.
Missed the ATP.
Didn't shape it. Yeah, he didn't quite get enough shape on that one. It was a difficult ball to go around the post with.
6-7-1.
Allows Barr and Johnson to get back on serve.
And
just off the net cord. We've seen some ridiculous forehands.
Hunter goes, sorry, Millie, turns around and goes, yes.
That's the sorry, I'm not sorry hand.
The turnaround fist pump.
And we're tied at 7-up.
You don't mean that ever, especially when you're down and coming back.
Off the edge guard as Johnson and Barr take the lead.
But I don't like that return there from Rain either. She's returning it cross court. She's uncoiling from the stack, and that gives Johnson more room to be able to hit that drive. But again, so much top spin on it. Very difficult to pick up while you're on the run.
Johnson misses the backhand second serve. 8-7 is the first lead of the day for Johnson and Barr. Howells right into the body of Johnson after Rain dropped the soft shot. You like that soft shot better there, Dom?
I still don't. I really don't, because Johnson got there. If he hits a good drop back in, now it's a 50-50 point. They're right back in it. Now, they got lucky with that, but I don't like it. Not unless it's a clean winner.
That's a clean winner.
That right there is.
And that's a good move there from Johnson. Sliding over, taking that ball out of the air in front of Barr, adds some spin to it and some pressure. Rain thought she could go further forward, gets caught moving. Oh, tough ball.
Oh. A tough ball is a winner for Howells and Rain. 8-all here in game number 2.
8-8-2.
That time, Barr not able to clear the net as Howells and Rain retake the lead.
Similar situation, game one, where Rain threw up that lob over the left shoulder bar. Oh, two.
He hit that one clean, but he came over top, almost like inside out.
And that ball is a little bit further behind him, so as he snaps that wrist, it's coming down sharper.
8-9-1.
Barr and Johnson still alive. Johnson comes up short. It's important to remember, if Miami is your first APP tournament this year, no more backdraw. Everything is single elimination this year.
Oh, he's got to make that right there, because again, Rain is not hitting that return to the right spot.
No, and he had time there, but he rushed it, hit that one off balance. Rain was still a good 4 feet from the kitchen line.
Gets Howells and Rain back on serve, up 9-8-1. Johnson with the Ernie, return sails wide, second serve.
This is a huge point right here for Barr and Johnson. Great reset from Rain.
The two gets by Johnson there, flicking it, somehow getting it on the edge of the paddle. Kept them in that point, but the damage was already done. The balls kept getting more and more elevated.
10-8-2.
Brings up match point. In straight games, Howells and Rain take down the top seed of Susanna Barr and Hunter Johnson. Will Howells and Millie Rain moving on 9-8. We will hear from the winners when we return here on Championship Court at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Hey, Barbie.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's best eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
My name is Chef Jamoke Jackson. I'm here with Vlasic Pickles, and I'm putting the pickle back in pickleball. In pickleball, a chop is a slice from high to low to put a backspin on the pickleball. I'm chopping up Vlasic Pickles to make this sweet and savory chopped pickle salad. Feta cheese, Kalamata olives, olive oil, red wine vinegar, lemon juice, sugar, black pepper, toss to mix. Sweet, heat, and full of flavor.
And it's the 8th seed, Will Howells and Millie Rain taking out the 1 seed. An excellent performance from them. Good pressure, and it was Millie Rain that was really the X factor for this one, setting up Howells for the finish. And a perfect ball there through the middle from Millie Rain. But look for them to continue their run. They're moving on to the semifinals. And we have nice big hug there for Rain and Howes. We're going to throw it down to Dominic Catalano with our Franklin post-match interview.
All right, Millie, I'll first start with you. What a match, 11-9, 11-8. You guys gained two big leads in games 1 and game 2. They came back. What was the difference for you guys in both those games?
I think we just, started getting comfortable, and then they started firing at us. I mean, they're a great team. They're very capable of coming all the way back. But, just trusting Will, him trusting me to make our shots, and then just staying steady.
And then, Will, a new partnership on tour with Millie Rain, but you guys are very familiar with each other. You practice together. How familiar or how comfortable does it make you on tour now playing with someone you know so well?
Oh yeah, it definitely helps. Millie and I are great friends, and we practice a lot back home. So I'm very fortunate to be able to play with each other, and yeah.
All right, well, Will Howes, Millie Rain moving on to the semifinals. We'll take a break here on Championship Court and have another quarterfinal matchup here at the APP Miami Open.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Ora Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
When I first started the company, I was really excited to empower people of all abilities. You've made something that people find invaluable. It fuels you to keep making a better impact with your business.
I don't have to think about the pathway to the ocean. I just know that I'm going to be able to surf again.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
The APP is sponsored by Alas, official on-court apparel of the APP Tour. C&D Nets, the highest quality nets made in the USA. And Vlasic Pickles, official pickle of the APP Tour. So much good pickleball on deck. There is so much good pickleball throughout this tournament here in Sacramento.
She's really good at that scorpion.
This time Johnson converts.
Angry face to put that ball down.
Kings crowned in Sacramento.
Women's doubles in.
That was our Vlasic Pickles Instant Classic, recapping an incredible event in Sacramento. Let's look ahead to what's next on the APP Tour. Coming up next, Classic Pickles Classic in Delray Beach, the beginning of April. Then the tour heads to Cincinnati before stopping at the Billie Jean King USTA National Tennis Center for the second major of the season in New York City, followed by the third major in Newport, California in July, before going to Chicago at the end of August, heading into September. So much good pickleball on deck. Chad, I don't know if you heard that. There's so much good pickleball.
There's so much good pickleball.
Coming up
good
on
pickleball
tour.
on deck.
Well,
Good
what?
pickleball all day.
And there's good pickleball coming up right next here on Championship Court between Tyra Black and Dylan Frazier and Mari Humberg and Augustus Guh. Another new partnership for Humberg and Guh. What should we expect to see in this matchup?
Well, go ahead, Dom.
No, go ahead.
That's all you.
No.
Someone take it.
Mari Humberg and Augustus Guh, you need to watch out for. Augustus plays incredible. He is a really big lefty, will take the middle and play very powerful. Mari Humberg, she loves playing that left side, right? That is her strength. So playing with the lefty puts her over there. So that's going to put her straight up with Tyra Black. Look for her to reach in, roll that backhand roll and that forehand roll that she's so good at, and then watch out for her cut dinking. She kind of deadens that ball up. So Mari Humberg, Augustus Guh, they're going to be tough right here, Chad.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. But going up against Dylan Frazier that we see on screen right there and Tyra Black, they've had a pretty easy run through this one so far. But remember when Tyra Black came on the scene last year and how quickly her game progressed and how quickly she became proficient up at the kitchen line. You know, she does an excellent job of setting up Dylan Frazier. And then when you want to talk about some of the fastest hands on tour, on the court, Dylan Frazier is so good at staying short and compact, and I kind of attribute that to his training partner with J.W. Johnson.
Yeah.
You know, those guys are almost a mirror copy of how fast their hands are and short and quick.
It's kind of like playing pickleball at the OK Corral. Who has the fastest draw?
That's exactly it. And Dylan Frazier, the biggest thing with him, like Chad said, his hands are so fast, but his lack of backswing. He uses a very strong forearm and wrist to keep that ball in play. Doesn't take a big backswing, and that ball is back on you in a hurry.
It will be Black and Frazier to serve first. At the bottom of the screen, Black in the blue top.
0-0-2.
0-0-2.
There's the fast hands.
Yeah, and right off the bat, too, there's the roll from Humberg, but Frazier all over it.
1-0-2.
Little net cord love, 2 quick points for Black and Frazier.
Well, he'll take that right there off a little half drive from Frazier. Didn't want to do too much with it, wanted to create some shape. Creates even more shape off the tape.
Oh my
Step across
gosh.
each.
Nope,
Wow.
nope, not happening right there. Dylan Frazier read that before it even happened.
Well, what he does is he reads Humberg and she rolls that paddle back. Once that paddle rolls back, she is not dinking. So as soon as he saw that roll back, he was off.
Side up.
Big forehand into the net. Side out, but 3 points to start the match for Black and Frazier.
0-3-1.
Too much from Frazier.
Yeah, just a little too big of a backswing there from Frazier. I mean, it's safe to say that he's seeing the ball pretty well right now and reading the paddle and the.
Was there a word coming at the
Yeah,
end of
there
that
was.
sentence? Okay.
There was. I just figured I would stop talking while I figure that word out, but
Okay.
I still haven't figured
You
that
still
word
haven't figured out the word? Okay. Well, while you figure that out, Humberg and Gus got to
reading the
score another point.
trajectory of the ball coming off the paddle.
In the middle of all that, you saw Augustus Guh come in and take over in the middle like we talked about pregame, of what he has the ability to do.
Black going into the body to earn this side out. I want to go back to Frazier and how fast his hands are. You guys have talked about that and how well he's reading the ball off the paddle. When you're facing a player like that, what do you have to do to disguise your shot better?
It might be a long-winded question, so we'll wait.
Long-winded answer.
I mean, long-winded answer.
Right into the right hip of Tyra Black right there.
3-2-2.
Wow.
Body shot from Humberg.
But it wasn't a bad dink from Frazier. He kept that low, but Humberg pulls the trigger off the ground right there. And I don't even think Tyra Black was expecting that.
Black going right at the feet of Guz. He tried to move forward.
Well, and Black has so much power from out in front, a short, compact swings. Typically, we see females take a little bit larger swing on that forehand side. Black is so deceptive with how much power she creates from almost negative take back.
3-2-1.
Good. Tried to step in, but missed the backhand flick.
Yeah, but Black did a good job of keeping that ball tighter to the net. Guh was committed so early to taking that out of the air, he couldn't pull back.
Frazier misses the forehand. There's such a fine line between a yellow ball and a red ball in terms of what to take out of the air and what to let bounce.
Yeah, and it depends on player, too. You know, what you can and can't take. Guh, being very tall, thinks he can take a little more.
Listen, my philosophy is every ball can be a winner if you want it bad enough. Not saying it's the right philosophy. Great hands, but Black wins the battle.
Wow, that was just incredible. Humberg hit a ball with 2 feet in the gray. They're right there, basically off the court. And then Guh keeps him in, but Black finds a good angle.
Well, you want to talk
nearly able to come up with the dig.
You want to talk about a good angle. It's that ball that Augustus Good took right there and took to the backhand side of Frazier. Very easy to overhit that one when you create that angle.
Black got the first, couldn't return the second. Another point for Humberg and Guz. They're back within 2.
Yeah, the ball off the tape right there helps go a little bit on this one. Black pops that up.
3-5-1.
Guz steps in the middle and takes care of that. Right back in this first game.
Guh and Humberg had to come through qualifying. Guh didn't have enough points to get into the main draw, so they had to play their way into this.
5-1.
Well, and going back to that, having them to play through qualies, that's not a bad thing with a newer partnership because it gives them a little bit more court time to figure things out.
Too strong on the forehand side out.
Well, if Guh can keep this ball down, he's got the sideline open because Frazier's pinching so middle on the uncoil on the stack. He's just got to not get as big, put some shape on it, and keep it down to the sideline. Nope, not there right for Humberg. But again, you saw her when she cocks that wrist back and tries to roll that. You know it's coming. But again, that ball too tight to the net. She can't reach it and get a good paddle on it.
Right into the left hip of Guh. Timeout receivers as they are down by 3, 7-4-1. The 4-seed Black and Frazier have come out looking strong. To go back to that.
That's what I was going to go back to the question. Don't worry, Dorian. We were waiting.
Get back to the question.
Well, now I have a second one.
We were waiting for a timeout. So to answer your
answer
question,
the first question
on how do you disguise it or not tip off that shot when somebody's reading it so well. And it's exactly, you have to try to hold a position or duplicate a position multiple times. And the longer you can hold it, the more that time you have to read their movement. You're trying to bait them into taking one step and then you can go the opposite direction. If you become too predictable and you're hitting the same shot from that same ball every time, then somebody's going to read that.
Black and Frazier getting to the quarterfinals. They won their first match 4-0 before taking down Lang and Frantova 8-2. Frazier a little too big there in the middle.
Yeah, and again, the only issue right there is he's hitting right to the backhand of Good. I'm not sure if Frazier hasn't figured out he's lefty.
He's a lefty, yeah. that's what I was going to say. He's hitting into the wrong spot. You saw right-hander being in front of him.
He's got to go to the opposite hip right there. He's going right into the backhand of Good, and he's able to counter.
Good timeout for Good. Humberg able to capitalize and get the side out.
It's just not there. It's not there for Humberg on that little speed up. Tyra Black's just too smart. She's sitting forehand speed up down the line because it's the only shot that she has to defend.
Yeah, and plus, again, the hands and the backswing, they're so short that she doesn't even need that much time to be able to react to it.
I still don't think Frazier figured out that Go's left-handed. He just keeps going either right to the backhand of Go on a counter, or right there he speeds up in the middle.
Yep.
On Go coming through transition, he's sitting on that. Oh, Humberg got really big right there. Typically she doesn't.
It was the body cell. The body cell from Dylan Frazier right there made Humberg think it was coming harder. And he just threw the changeup out there. She lunges at it.
Frazier finding a spot through the middle, extends it back to a 3-point lead.
Good 1-2 combo right there. Goes to the forehand low at Humberg. She pops it up and is sliding to that side, and he just hits to the vacated area.
Easy put away for Go.
He had to work for it, but
well,
once it's elevated like that, it's over. Watch him just set this up. Look at him sliding, and then I'll take that.
Oh, gosh.
Frazier is all over it.
The quick flick coming from Tyra Black, and as soon as she hits that, Frazier is already moving. Now.
Watch out.
He's just sitting dead red in the middle. No, absolutely not.
9-5-2. Black and Frazier within 2 points of taking game number 1. That time Black getting caught a little in between, side out, but it's still a 4-point advantage for the 4-seed.
She was just on her heels just enough. She backed up when she saw Go was going to pull a trigger and couldn't get set. Good battle right there. Go taking charge up there, but a good reset in the middle of that from Humberg.
6-9 1. Second serve.
Humberg missing the backhand.
Well, she'd made a couple of mistakes where she'd gotten too far underneath it and popped it up. This one, it's elevated, but she tries to come on top of it, so that one just pushed it straight down into the net.
And then misses the third, side out.
Nine, 6-1.
Frazier's so fast with the hands, and it brings up game point.
Just too good right there for Frazier. He's sitting on that. And this speed up is the setup. Like, he's just sitting and doesn't get big and just punches that ball down.
Well, it's just wide.
Just wide, and game number one goes to Dylan Frazier and Tyra Black. They take it in easy fashion, 11-6 over Mari Humberg and Augustus Gug. Game two coming up next here on Championship Court. You're watching the 2024 Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Manage ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more, paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
The APP is sponsored by Gamma. Play to live, live to play. Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs. And Humana, official healthcare partner of the APP Tour. Lily is an ambassador for USA Pickleball in her volunteer role since 2018. She attends events all over Miami with its 34 municipalities, engaging with county commissioners to support their efforts to expand the number of public pickleball courts. In collaboration with the APP, Partake Non-Alcoholic Brewing aspires to seek out, celebrate, and share the stories of individuals advancing pickleball's frontiers for their community. Thank you to Lily and Partake for making a difference.
One of the nicest ladies will ever meet. Wednesday morning, I'm walking through here, and she's like, "You hit the lotto! I've got a guava pastry for you." I was like, "Yes."
Now, don't get me wrong, I'd like to hit the actual lotto at what it
100%.
is right now.
But that pastry was pretty good.
It's a solid second choice. $1.7 billion between the two, or a guava pastry.
0-0-1.
0-0-1 after the side out.
Second serve. Zero, 0-2. Point.
Nice ball there from Black, getting that one down below the net. Humberg really off balance right now as far as, that's a strength of her game, is that roll from below the net, but it's been picked off a few times by Dylan Frazier. Now she's second guessing it.
gets it.
Just
watch the wrist.
inside the line on the ATP. Wow.
Watch the wrist of Frazier on this ATP. He knows he's going to have to shape it right here. Just sweeps that one back across. Doesn't try to do too much.
Oh, Frazier. He sold going back to his spot and then faked it, came back and is sitting dead red on the forehand. Just overhits it a little bit.
0-2-1. Excuse me. Referee timeout.
Have a referee timeout here on championship court as Tyra Black and Dylan Frazier are up 2-0 in game number 2 after taking game number 1 11-6 over Mari Humberg and Augusta Ska.
So Humberg right now is distracted a little bit by our marketing board behind. But again, when we're outside, our LED boards aren't as bright. It's once we come inside, you've got the combination of the brighter lights above the court, the brighter lights behind the court from our marketing board. It's adjustments that these players have to make.
Convert. Interested in creating a pickleball league in your community? Introducing APP UTR Pickleball Leagues with no age minimum or maximum in men's, women's, and mixed formats. There's a chance for everyone to compete and make it to the national championships in Fort Lauderdale, December 7th through 10th. Interested players and venues can visit the app.global/pickleball leagues for more information. As we play on here on Championship Court. Finding space in the hip of Frazier.
It's still not, in my opinion, I know they come out on top, it's not a great speed up from Humberg because Tyra Black's sitting on it. And now she didn't get that one low enough, but she's sitting on that speed up.
Misses the third. Second serve coming.
1-2-2.
Oh,
miss hit, but it finds its way in the court.
She held back on the overhead because she read that Go was closing in middle where she wanted to hit it. Perfect speed up, goes at that left hip. She sees him coming in, holds off on the overhead, and just pops it down with angle.
Second serve.
Good defense there from Gunn Humberg.
Black has figured out that he's lefty.
2-1-2.
Yeah, Tyra's figured it out, but still don't know if Dylan has.
Maybe Dylan just doesn't care.
Oh, Mari Humberg, great step around right there with a little half Ernie. She clears that left foot and is able to get a ton of forehand on that right there.
That's a confidence builder for Mari Humberg for sure.
She's not fooling Frazier right now.
No, as soon as you said it, Chad, he's reading her pull that wrist back, and as soon as she does, he's sitting on it.
All over it, but missed it in the net.
But the other thing with this, right? Frazier knows that he can sit forehand because if Humberg tries to take that at his left shoulder, with the pace that she's hitting short court and it's going to go out.
Humberg able to find some space.
Yeah, better job right there because what does Humberg do? It's exactly what you said, Chad, where it's dangerous to go to his left shoulder, but if you take something off it,
yes,
you can go there. Great movement right there from Tyra Black. You watch as soon as the speed up comes, she sinks the left hip, gets on top of that forehand, and just punches that straight down.
And that footwork was not the footwork that we saw early on from Tyra Black. She's put a lot of work into the footwork up at the kitchen. And then Humberg second-guessing herself on that speed up there again. Fully extended. Only thing she has is to flick it up, and Black is all over it.
Adds another point as Black and Frazier up by 3, 4-1-2.
Oh.
Nearly took off Go's head, but it's a side out.
Well, heat check right there for Dylan Frazier. That ball's going way out, but he's like, I'm still playing this. Couldn't get on top of it and get that ball down, though.
Gunn Humberg's run to the quarterfinals. They got past Bates and Foster 8-5 in their opening match before taking down Allison Harris and Andre Mick 6-5 in the round of 16. Nice placement there from Black.
So it was pace from Frazier, pace on the first ball from Tyra Black, but then the fourth one she takes off, goes at the feet, and it's the winner. Placement over power.
It's almost like we've worked together before, because I was just getting ready to ask you about placement versus power and which is the more important of the two.
Yeah, I mean, both. They're both important, but again, if you can hit a spot.
And also, it depends on the ball. It depends on the ball, right? So let's take an overhead, for example. A lot of players want to think about, oh, we're going to challenge the baseline call. Humberg's challenging that one. I think they're challenging their own call, actually. But if we go back to, so Dom, we talk about it all the time. Overheads, a lot of players want to go with as much power as they can, but they hit it straight down into the court. In a situation like that, the placement is almost more important than the power.
Well, at this level especially, because we've seen it with the court coverage as we take another look. That ball in.
No question.
We've said that before, Chad.
That is true, but I don't think we can question that.
No, I think that one's in. So.
Well, we're unanimous up here in the booth on what we believe.
We don't matter.
We have been unanimous before.
And we don't matter.
No.
Not one bit. So this is the thing, though. With other review systems that we've worked in the past across pickleball, we've had one view, and the referees have had a different view. Right now, we're seeing the same view that the referee is seeing. So we can make a more precise call ourselves here. Now, are we still going to be wrong? Probably. Not on this one as much.
Right.
Andy Jones and Trish Stewart on court making that call.
Well, our video referee is Melissa Alnby.
We'll resume play at 4-1-1.
15 seconds.
Ball was in.
Time in. 4-1-1.
Ooh. Good hands there from Good, the kitchen line.
Well, Black trying to reset that and drop that to the sideline. Just goes a little wide. I like the idea.
Points have been a little tougher to come by here in game number 2 for Frazier and Black. Good and Humberg have been playing better defense. And as I say that, Frazier paints the line.
On you.
Yeah, that was almost a little bit of a bait ball right there, too.
So you say bait ball or bait call?
Tyra Black right there goes to the middle and gives a ball to speed up, knowing that her partner, Dylan Frazier, is going to be sitting on it.
What a
Black's
drop
all
there
over
from
it.
Frazier.
Wow.
I mean, that's set up from the aggressive drop there from Frazier. Gert just tries to block this one, but Frazier's already at the kitchen line. And a forehand backhand combo.
Side out.
Just out through the middle, side out.
Rushed that one a little bit. Feet were still moving when he drove that ball.
1-6-1.
1-6-1. Sails wide, point for Gunn. Humberg.
That was a good setup there from Black. She just wasn't expecting Augustus Gurt to get as good of a swing on it.
Great reset from Gunn in the middle of that point, but Humberg just picking the wrong ball, and again, Sails long.
Of all the balls in that, the last two bounced for Black and Frazier. Everything else, they used their length and their power to reach in, take those balls out of the court. Never allowed Humberg and Good to get comfortable.
As Humberg misses that in the net, I think, Dom, if there's a word for the way this match has played out, I would agree Humberg and Good never looked comfortable at any point throughout this match.
No, Augustus Good likes to play with pace, and Black and Frazier have slowed him down because of their hands.
Too much on the roll from Black.
As soon as she hit it, she goes, nope. She knew it was out off her
Oh,
paddle.
I mean, from that height, that angle. But the other thing, too, is the hands of Frazier and Black have taken Humberg out of her game as well. She likes to hit that roll and be aggressive with the flicks.
Do get back on serve, trailing by 4 here in game number 2 after Black and Frazier took game 1 11-6. Constructed point.
Yeah, nice job by Go reading that feed up right there from Frazier in the middle, but good dig on the lob from Go.
How much did Go and Humberg have to work for that one point?
Yeah, exactly.
Second serve coming.
Humberg just tried to cut that one a little too sharp.
3-6-2.
Nice reach in there from Tyra Black. She read a great cross-court dink there from Dylan Frazier that put a lot of pressure on Mari Humberg, and Tyra Black steps in with that backhand roll.
Black and Frazier doubling up Humberg and Go. Just catches the back of the line. Another point for Black.
Wow. Black took a step back there on a ball that she floated, anticipating the speed up. But then that next ball, what it allowed her to do was step into it and put more pressure on Humberg.
See right there too, the Humberg cut right there as Dylan Frazier's coming in. She cuts that. If he gets that out of the air, he's using her spin against her right there. He's able to get more spin on his top spin forehand, gets that ball down, and then the finish. And they are cruising right now, our Black and Frazier.
Humberg and Go taking a timeout, trailing by 5 here in game number 2. This one has really been all Frazier and Black, and that's a perfect example of why, as you see on the replay, they've set each other up so well throughout the course of this match.
Yeah, they've looked good. They're in control, playing well. Humberg and Go need an answer here out of this timeout.
What I've really liked from Black and Frazier, not only that they're both so short and compact with their swings, but anytime you see the attack, we're seeing, two attacks from Black, and then Frazier steps over and is there to finish the other one. Or if Frazier speeds it up, it's 1-2, and then Black comes over and steps. So they're complementing each other as far as their movement on the court and stepping over and changing angles in certain situations.
Yeah, just Chad on it again. We've said it numerous times. As soon as Humberg goes to speed up, Dylan Frazier is just sitting dead red fastball.
Well, what I'm likening it to it right with baseball, where we're reading finger position and just a little. That was Ed Jordan right there. Both feet off the ground, just going for it. But you're looking for that wrist movement, or the cocked wrist, or the fingers on top of the ball. Right here, he's reading the wrist, and that is tipping off what Humberg's going to do.
Dylan Frazier in his bag right now. That was a tremendous passing shot, and it has brought up match point. They convert on the first try, forehand winner from Tyra Black, as she and Dylan Frazier are moving on to the semifinals. They take down Mari Humberg and Augustus Guh 11-6, 11-3. We will hear from the winners when we come back. It's the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
At Typical Insurance, you're just another senior.
That is the third health insurance commercial with seniors at a farmer's market.
Right? Don't get me wrong, I love a fresh heirloom, but it's like those companies think we're all the same.
That's why I chose Humana. Before I signed up, I spoke to someone who actually listened to what I needed. She told me about benefits that were right for me, like vision and dental, all in my budget. I finally feel in control. What are you doing?
Taking control.
Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
A dominant performance from the 4 seeds, Tyra Black and Dylan Frazier. The power, the precision, the hands from Frazier and Black proving too much for Augustus Guh and Mari Humberg. Nice around the post there from Frazier. Just shapes that perfectly. But it was this, the step in, the power from Frazier. He was reading the paddle perfectly. And we're going to throw it down to Dominic Catalano, who's courtside with our Franklin post-match interview.
We'll come back with quarterfinal number 3 next year on Championship Court. Don't go anywhere. Much more from the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
No, since I've been using Leo Rubber, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hips. It has been really a game changer for me, so I highly recommend it to everyone.
That's what makes it so different. The whole idea about balanced compression, it improves your blood flow, reduces your fatigue. At the end of the day, you feel so much better.
I feel comfortable, I feel supported, I feel that I can train harder, train longer, recover faster, and feel supported while I'm playing. And that's so crucial for me, especially in singles when I'm trying to play against the youngest. I'm not the youngest out there, but I try and play against the youngest.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious. With better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
The BioFreeze USA Pickleball National Championships, November 10th through the 17th in Mesa, Arizona. Designed for pickleball's best, amateurs and pros alike. 14 tournaments, 14 opportunities. Find your golden ticket tournament. Earn your title.
The gold medal for Kyle Yates and Andre Deescu.
I've always enjoyed competing. I've always enjoyed winning. I guess that's a drug for all of us.
Is game and match for Andre Deescu. Andre Deescu and Susanna Barr win back-to-back gold medals.
The goals for this year is to finish the year as the #1 ranked APP player.
Alex Strong and Andre Deescu win the APP Classic mixed doubles gold medal. There's Andre Deescu, the most decorated player on tour last season. He is coming up here on Championship Court alongside his mixed doubles partner Megan Fudge as they take on Bobby Oshiro and Brendan Long in our third quarterfinal of mixed doubles action here this afternoon. That match coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Still plenty of action ahead here at the 2024 Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open on ESPN.
Years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The APP is sponsored by SI Tickets, official ticketing partner of the APP Tour. Eggland's Best, better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. And Aura Organic, plant-based nutrition. We're back here on Championship Court. Megan Fudge, the 36-year-old out of Bel Air, Florida, initially from Germany, played her collegiate tennis at Illinois, playing alongside Andre Diascu, the 2 seed in this tournament. As we mentioned, they got knocked out early in the quarterfinals in Sacramento, so looking to advance further than that in this tournament. They're taking on Bobby Oshiro and Brendan Long. There's a look at Brendan Long, former pro poker player turned pro pickleball player, 34 years old, out of Naples, Florida. His partner, Bobby Oshiro. Oshiro is a player that's been able to mix and match with a lot of men's partners on tour as well. The 29-year-old out of Plantation, Florida. She's another player, much like Millie Rain, that she's able to mix it up and be that X factor.
Well, Millie Rain bounces around a little bit because she's got a full-time job. So a lot of times Bobby does go back and forth where she's got to work, and she can't be at all the tournaments. So a lot of times it's hard for her to lock in partners steadily. She plays a lot with Millie Rain, but I talked to her earlier this week, and she's playing with some different partners this year, and that's on both sides. That's in women's doubles and in mixed doubles. And then all of a sudden yesterday going in, we're like, Millie, what are you doing here so early? She's like, Bobby.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm like, Bobby, what are you doing here so early? She's like, I'm playing singles. And she always...
She would play singles every tournament.
I know.
If she could.
But she always is like, I don't know what I'm getting myself into. She says it all the time in singles, and then all of a sudden she's in a semi. She's playing for bronze. She wins bronze yesterday. She played absolutely incredible. So hats off to Bobby, but again, that's a reason why she gets a lot of different partners a lot of times, because she can't commit sometimes.
Well, I think it speaks to her versatility that she's able to mix and match with so many partners, but I think you made an important point there in where pro pickleball is as a sport, because not every pro on tour is able to play full-time. Like Bobby Oshiro has a full-time job, but
Will Howes is another one. Will Howes has
alcohol
a full-time
distribution
job.
in North Carolina.
Alcohol distribution, and he gets done with work and goes and trains for 2.5 hours, where the rest of the group, they're on their second workout for the day.
Well, I thought you were going to talk about how all of us were on the red-eye flight back from Sacramento together, and he had to go to work next thing in the morning.
Oh, yeah. A lot of them have talked about that they fly back Sunday night. They're in at work 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, I used to do that. No, thank you very much.
We are set to play here on Championship Court. Megan Fudge to serve first. Ooh. What a get.
First point, huh? And right there, what a good dig from Megan Fudge, because Chad and I always talk about the overhead from Bobby Oshiro being one of the biggest in the game from someone who is not very tall of stature.
Long and Oshiro, no strangers to Championship Court, is a point as they start off 2-0, but they won the gold last year in Punta Gorda. They upset Daytona rather, excuse me. In Daytona, they upset Hunter Johnson and Paris Todd. Fudge trying for the forehand roll, but too strong.
And so it usually is in mixed, Chad. We talk about all the time. The X factor is the women going cross court right here. It's going to be what can Oshiro do to Fudge on the forehand side, cross court to cross court.
Well, I'm going to add one to it, actually. That's my X factor there, is Brendan Long. Not because of the power or anything else like that, but it's the controlled aggression that we talk about. So Oshiro is going to try to set him up. So yes, that's one of the X factors. Can she get him set up? But the other one is if Brendan Long tries to overdo it.
Long can't make the pickup. Second serve coming.
Because like you said, Chad, if he overdoes it, Brendan Long's such a good kid. He made a video mocking himself about how many balls in one tournament he hit in the net. Made a video last year about how many balls he dumped into the net. It was absolutely incredible. It was hilarious. but he knows that about his game too. If he can keep that under control, stay clean, don't try and overdo anything when he gets the opportunity.
Self-awareness is half the battle. Nice ball there from Fudge to get the side out.
That's a good reach in there from Fudge. Just goes up on 1 foot, and rolls it back through the middle.
0-3-1.
Five-hole.
Wow, Brendan Long right there. Because initially when he did that, I was like, that's not a good spot.
No,
because
but
Megan
it's
Fudge
the block,
sitting there.
but it's the block there on the second, well, off the counter off of Megan Fudge. If he had to try to attack that, yes, wrong spot. He would have been late to it, ball would have popped up, and then Fudge would have re-attacked. But the block got that ball down, then he could attack again.
Fudge and Diascu on the board.
Nice.
Great hands from Long.
But it's just like Chad just said. The first speed up, what did Long do? He blocked the first one. Then the second one he has timed up now, so now he goes and attacks the second. That's a great read and good patience from Brendan Long.
Long and Oshiro topped Salome Davidze and William Sobek in the round of 16 match, 6 and 7. Defense, the hands on both sides.
And it's a good choice from Fudge there to take that last ball, cross the body of Bobby Oshiro. Look how her body is angled right there. She has everything set up at Fudge. So the only thing that'll happen once it comes outside the right hip is she's going to slide and end up with the chicken wing, which is exactly what happened. That's a patent. Bobby Oshiro. Hold it. Roll it through the middle.
It almost got away from her. Watch the spin. Right there. Yeah. It almost gets away from her.
It worked in her favor a little bit. Gave her a little more extension. Gave her a little bit more time to hide it. Oh, that's
Diascu stepping over. Well, when you're 6'4" and you take up 2/3 of the court on your own, you have a huge wingspan.
Taking up the whole booth in here.
But it was a perfect move there as well, and we saw it from Frazier in the last one. This time, Diascu reads the hands, knows exactly where that ball's going.
Too strong from Diascu's side out.
It was his body momentum that carried that ball out, right? So he jumped and never came down to settle himself. In the lunge, the momentum carries him too much to the sideline that goes out. He read it nicely, but was about a split second too late.
So, Diascu questioning whether that was a carry. Part of the new rule is we cannot carry the ball. We can double hit in one motion, but it's almost, the question there is, does Brendan Long's paddle change with shape, and is it following that paddle as it goes up and over?
It looked in real time like Fudge also gave up on the ball because she thought it was a carry.
I think she gave up on it because it changed direction.
Well, that too.
Because she thought it was going one spot, and then it pops up over, and she had no time to react and just watched
That's what
it.
you're looking at. He comes in with a flat paddle, and then it comes off the paddle as it's closed with the back of his hand facing the sideline.
Shearer cuts it just a little bit too fine, side out.
Well, Megan Fudge willed that ball over. She hit that last dink, and she hopped to jump and get that ball up and over.
Fudge back on serve at 2-4-1. Too much on the backhand side.
Yeah, nice early call there from Long as Oshiro's coming forward as well.
Fudge and Diascu tested a bit in their last match against CJ Klinger and Ava Radikowska. They trailed 9-1 in game number 1 before coming back to take it 11-9, took the second 11-7.
That's a nice flick there from Brendan Long. But he goes to the right spot because he had Megan Fudge leaning to the sideline. So he pulled it just enough inside where it's going away from her slide.
Oh, that is Diascu in the middle doing what he does best, putting elevated balls away.
Well, that wasn't always the case for Diascu. You know, he has added the ability to add a little bit more power to those elevated balls.
And for someone with the stature that Diascu has, you don't always talk about him in terms of the power game. Side out.
Brendan Long trying to call to Oshiro that the ball's going out, but so difficult with those fast hand exchanges.
Great reset right there from Megan Fudge. You watch her through transition, get nice and low, spread those feet, lower her body weight so she can get underneath that ball and drop that back in with some great touch.
Tied up at 4-all after the forehand arrow from Oshiro.
4-4-1.
Oh, threads the needle, does Brendan Long.
Yeah, so shake and bake on there for Fudge and Diascu. That's a good drive from Diascu. It's just a little too high. Long does a good job just blocking it down past Fudge. Good lead there from Fudge, recognizing that ball's going to the short court.
And it gives Fudge and Diascu their first lead of the match at 5-4-2.
Oh, Brendan Long just trying to do too much right there. There's no need for that at that moment to try and do that.
Well, and this is a situation here where Long has to be careful of not trying to overdo it, not trying to get outside that controlled aggression area.
Yeah, and that's it right there. Again, it's trying to make something happen when you don't need to. You don't need to speed that up at that moment. Don't get into that firefight. Megan Fudge is so good when she gets into that firefight. She can control it. You're getting away from your game plan.
Just wide. It is a 7-1 run for the second seed Fudge and Diascu. Oshiro and Long taking a timeout to talk it over as they find themselves trailing by 4 here in game number 1.
Originally from Bucharest. He enjoys spending time with his
Fudge and Diascu, two of the most decorated players in 2023. Fudge won the most medals for the women. Diascu won the most medals for the men. However, they didn't come together. Diascu won a lot in men's doubles alongside Rob Nunnery, won a lot of golds alongside Susanna Barr in mixed. Megan Fudge, the majority of hers came in women's doubles and women's singles, especially towards the end of the season.
Well, and I was just going to add that Diascu did 29 without playing in any single game.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean,
just to showcase how dominant Diascu was last year. But Diascu and Fudge haven't quite had the partnership maybe they expected coming into the season after the success of 2023 that they each had individually. Where do they need to raise their level of play to get back to that this season?
Well, we're starting to see it already here in this one. Their communication, their movement, their understanding of the roles and who's going to take what is already better than what we saw in Punta Gorda and Sacramento. I'm also liking that Megan Fudge is being a little bit more aggressive right now than she typically is. And part of that comes down to how good Diascu is as far as keeping balls in play. And it allows Fudge to take some risks.
Out of the timeout, Long puts away the overhead to earn the side out. Nice ball from Diascu at the feet of Oshiro.
(4-8-2).
4-8-2 here in game number 1 of our third quarterfinal. Oh, Long had it and he knew it.
Well, he's right there, and I like that step in speed up. But then by the third one, he just gets a little loose with the body and with the hands, and he's not staying in that nice compact position where he's creating good power.
Nice change of direction right there for Megan Fudge. She changes that up instead of going straight to Brendan Long. She goes cross court to Oshiro, changes the spot up.
Just hit it.
Yep.
Tried to go soft, missed it in the net, and now Fudge and Diascu have game point.
He had done so well right there to put the pressure on, push both Fudge and Diascu back.
And game 1 on a 9-1 run. Fudge and Diascu take it 11-4. Game number 2 coming up here in our quarterfinal matchup between the 2 and 7 seeds when we return on championship court at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Typical insurance, you're just another senior.
That is the third health insurance commercial with seniors at a farmer's market.
Right? Don't get me wrong, I love a fresh heirloom, but it's like those companies think we're all the same.
That's why I chose Humana. Before I signed up, I spoke to someone who actually listened to what I needed. She told me about benefits that were right for me, like vision and dental, all in my budget. I finally feel in control. What are you doing?
Taking control.
Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
When I first started the company, I was really excited to empower people of all abilities. You've made something that people find invaluable. It fuels you to keep making a better impact with your business.
I don't have to think about the pathway to the ocean. I just know that I'm going to be able to surf again.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
The APP is sponsored by Yola, for the champion in you. Humana, official healthcare partner of the APP Tour. And Fat Tire, crisp, bright, easy drinking. A reminder to check out pickleballsuperstore.com via the QR code on the screen to get your instant discount. We're getting ready for game 2 here in the quarterfinal matchup between Megan Fudge and Andre Diascu and Bobby Oshiro and Brendan Long. Fudge and Diascu ran off 9 points to take game number 1, 11-4. Trying to move into the semifinal. First semifinal is already set between Will Howes and Millie Rain and Tyra Black and Dylan Frazier.
That was a much better spot right there, Brendan Long. He started that, but he started that by pulling the trigger at about 70%. And so Megan Fudge is expecting a lot more pace. She pops that up. He puts it away. Good start here for Brendan Long and Bobby Oshiro.
Time into the body, side out.
But that's a good spot by Fudge as an answer to Long's spot. Gets it elevated, right armpit. Brendan Long up on his toes, trying to get on top of it.
Long little backhand flick, Ernie.
Well, that's what you can do right there. If Megan Fudge is going to set up, and she sets up nice and wide, but she's in one place, you got to get it outside of her feet, and that's exactly what Brendan Long does right there.
Oshiro just swung over the top of it.
Yeah, Diascu is just too dominant there once he gets up to the kitchen line and can establish himself. See how much court he covers, and everything he's hitting from up down.
Rare, it's a rare miss. I mean, he's clean with his thirds most of the time, but when he misses, you would think he just missed about 8 in a row with his expression on his face.
Listen, there is no lack of competitiveness as that serve is wide.
1-1-2. Side out.
Just can't miss right there, especially when you don't have to be as perfect because you have Megan Fudge coming out of the uncoil on the stack. Brendan Long's just got to get it there.
Oh, come on.
Oh. Can't get the second one back. The hands on both sides of the kitchen line.
I mean, I thought Bobby Oshiro had a put away right here. But that dig from Diascu.
Gets down pretty well for a guy that's 6'4". Fudge finding some space in the back corner pocket.
What's the footwork that sets this up right here? She clears herself. Watch her move to her right there. Just enough so she can get on top of that. If she doesn't move, she's going to get jammed up just enough.
2-1-2.
2-1-2. Fighting for the overhead, it goes Long.
All right, Long in reality has to let Oshiro take that last ball. She, like you've already talked about, Dom, she has so much power in an overhead, in an elevated ball. It's not something that he really needs to come over and try to put too much pressure on.
Diascu sends it long, but how much of Brendan Long trying to do too much is his style of play versus the pressure that Diascu and Fudge are putting on them right now?
Well, what we talked about is this isn't an uncommon occurrence for Brendan Long. You know, at times he tries to get too big and tries to do too much, and that's where the errors and the mistakes start coming in for Long. Does he have to play fast-paced and aggressive? Yes. Does he have to try to cover 3/4 of the court with Bobby Oshiro? No.
See, and that's the issue right there is as he's trying to pull that back cross court for no reason. He's got to go to the opposite sideline because he pulls that back cross court and he's exposed, as Megan Fudge shows right there, as he's trying to get back. That'd be Brendan Long.
Tough ball to try to change direction on there for Oshiro. You know, if I was coaching Long and Oshiro right now, my recommendation would be if you're going to speed up and you want to take some chances right now, speed up down the line from Brendan Long to Megan Fudge into the body. She may get a couple, but what it's going to do is it's going to start sliding her to the line. Now what you can do is you can go back behind Diascu and then take that speed up, wait for Fudge to slide to the line, and then come back through the middle. Right now, Fudge isn't having to move, and Diascu is there to cover everything else.
Long with a backhand, finds some space. Brings up second serve.
5-1-2.
5-1-2.
Oh, that's feeding the beast.
Backhand.
That's feeding the beast. She's sitting on that. I mean, he couldn't have telegraphed this anymore either. Watch him telegraph the speed up, and she's just sitting right there.
But that's what, go down the line. Look at her body, how it's angled.
Correct.
Her body is angled to Oshiro. There's no way that she's going to be able to catch up to a forehand speed up down the line right there.
Nice combination there.
Yeah, good combo right there from Bobby Oshiro as Fudge and Diascu end up switching sides, which isn't always a bad thing. Megan Fudge is strongest on the left, so really don't lose too much mixing that up in the middle of a point right there.
1-6-1.
But Brendan Long and Bobby Oshiro finding themselves down 1-6-1. And down a game after Fudge and Diascu took game 1 11-4. Can't make the pickup.
Good ball right there, cross court from Diascu. But again, it's as soon as it goes to his backhand there, Chad, you keep talking about it. Brendan Long is almost hooded over too. He can't go down the line. Not with the position he's putting his body in.
Yeah. Well, in that situation there too, he's trying to move back middle before he's even executed the backhand.
Everything going the way of Fudge and Diascu right now.
6-1-1. Second serve.
Second serve. Diascu going to the towel.
6-1-2.
Nice catch.
Good hands. Off-speed body.
Right at the body of Diascu. Hey, jam him up. Might as well. Can't
locked up on this.
Hey, I mean, if he's a catcher right here, it's a good block.
Yeah, kept it in front, low, right in front. Pick it up, throw a guy out.
Brick wall.
Wow.
Finally, Oshiro finds the angle.
Well, inside out forehand angle there from Bobby Oshiro. But again, Brendan Long letting Oshiro do what she does. He didn't try and get overly aggressive. And eventually, she's going to find a ball that she can do exactly what she did right there with that angle off to the sideline.
Similar to what we saw from Dylan Frazier and Tyra Black, though, Megan Fudge and Andre Diascu making you hit more balls to get winners. Nice step across from Long, and he gets rewarded with the elevated ball.
The paddle never dropped back. Kept the paddle in front. Watch him come in and attack this. All right, paddle stays out front. Boom, boom, right there. See, even there, if I'm Oshiro and I see Fudge is opened up that much, she's got to go wide. Push it wide.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Right there.
Same time.
Fudge and Diascu take a timeout as Oshiro and Long have cut the deficit to 2. This one has been a battle. Let's take a look at some of the fantastic firefights we've already had.
Yeah, again, you have 4 great hands. Actually, 8 great hands, but
yeah, 2
4
on
players.
Each person.
4 players.
Counting's
but
hard
great
now, we
hands.
know.
4 players
Look at
with
that.
great hands.
That's
That's
what
what
right
you were
there.
trying to say.
Look at those digs. Everything's coming back. But we talk about all the time, it's these firefights only happen because you're going straight up, right? What ends it? When you get the ball away, when you hit an angle, or you get the ball down, right?
Oshiro and Long
4
on
hands.
4 hands, 8 hands. Carry the 1. It's 8, right? We got 8.
Hey, we never said you were good at math.
No, we don't math well.
No, that's why all of us are up here talking for a living instead of doing something else.
32 fingers, 8 thumbs.
No math here. Oshiro and Long on a 3-point run to cut the deficit here in game number 2 to 2 points. What's been the biggest difference here over this mini run?
I mean, Brendan Long right now, he's playing clean, he's playing short, he's putting pressure on when he can, right? And then Bobby Oshiro playing very within herself right now. She was able to get a nice overhead for a winner on 1. But like Chad and I pointed out before the timeout, we'd like to see her go a little harder cross court because of the position that Megan Fudge is standing in.
How about the crowd starting to
I'm starting to fill
just
in here
pour
on
in
championship
right
court.
now.
See right there, Brendan Long just trying to do a little too much. Stay in the point. Don't overdo it. You can step across when you have a clean winner. Don't step across and try and force something to happen.
Or if you do, don't hit a ball back behind you that forces you back across the court.
Side out.
Good time out there from Fudge and Diascu as they hold 2 serves.
6-4-1.
And it feels with Oshiro and Long as Fudge serves it up in spurts. They're really consistent, but it's putting it together long term over the course of the match that has been the issue.
So I was confused whether you said spurts or sports.
I said spurts.
For me,
I understand your
they
Australian
both
is...
sound the same. Fantastic around the post there from Diascu. Ball's almost back behind him.
The pressure right there from Brendan Long. But again, getting up there, not doing too much.
Three-point lead for the number 2 seed. Trying to be the 3rd team to make it to the semifinals.
Diascu
right hip.
sitting all over.
You're feeding right into what Megan Fudge and Andre Diascu want, and it's the middle. Megan Fudge wants you to go middle by her body position.
Yeah, she wants the backhand. Diascu wants the forehand.
That time Fudge went forehand, left an elevated ball for Diascu, and he puts it away. A 5-point lead now, 9-4-2. Oh, just missed.
Yes.
But that's also in that situation because her body is so closed off onto the backhand side. As that ball goes outside the right foot, she has to swing the hips open. Now it causes that ball to sail where she missed down the line.
A little love off of the net court.
But honestly, at this situation, or this point in time, that's a risk to take. If they've just been speeding up balls through the middle, why not sit heavy back?
4-9-2.
4-9-2. Diascu backhand right at the feet of Long, side out as they are 2 points away from taking the match.
Left side, right side. They're playing pretty free and loose right now. Much better communication, much better understanding here than we've seen in the previous 2 stops.
Diascu comes up short there, but Long and Oshiro have not had any consistent answers for Fudge and Diascu.
Wow, Oshiro lets that go, thinking that's going to go way out. Diascu gets enough topspin on it to go back corner.
Lands an inch inside the line, and it is match point for Fudge and Diascu. Long and Oshiro are able to fight off the first and earn a side out.
I got some work to do here, and again, you hate saying you need to score more than 1 at a time, but you need to get a bunch here and put some pressure on.
There's 1.
Yeah, and again, not the right decision right there for Megan Fudge to speed that one up. But again, at 4:10, it's a let's see what we're going to deal with here. Maybe make some mistake.
A little cushion.
Yeah, and this is a situation where Brandon Long potentially is going to try to do more, and he would overhit on that ball and push it out.
Wow, nice speed up right there. And Oshiro's tried that a couple times and hasn't been successful, but she is on that one. And absolutely love the timeout here from Fudge and Diascu. You have Oshiro and Long on a quick 2-point run here. We're going to slow this down right away and not give them any momentum.
Fudge and Diascu. Take a look at what their results have been so far this season. In Punta Gorda, they took the silver medal. Sacramento, they got caught by Patrick Kafka and Dario Walczak in that quarterfinal. That was a straight game loss.
Everybody got caught by
Patrick Kafka and Dario Walczak.
So it wasn't just them.
No, Kafka and Walczak ran through that top half of the bracket. But this pairing was expected to produce medals. They have in the first tournament, trying to make it 2 out of the 3. But you guys have already hit on a little bit, looking more cohesive so far in this tournament than they have in previous.
Well, the difficulty with this partnership is that you have 2 very dominant players, right? Typically, Megan is the more dominant, the more vocal of her partnerships, and Diascu the same. So when you have 2 dominant players playing together, it's like one has to step back just a little bit.
Sails Long. Another point for Long and Oshiro.
Well, Bobby Oshiro's thrown up a couple lobs that Megan Fudge hasn't gotten 100% on. She's been a little off balance. So those aren't bad shots. Ooh, that's a good step in from Brendan Long.
Just got a little too big, a little too long with the swing, and that's why it went into the net cord. You think about an adjustment of 5 to 6 inches. Now that ball is past the net cord and going down.
Right through the middle, forehand winner, and Long and Oshiro are making this interesting.
Point it out. Point it. You're pointing at it.
That finish was set up 5 shots ago on the ball behind Megan that pulled Megan Fudge wide. It got the ball popped up and eventually
That's what I said. Drag it to the sideline.
And they did.
And this is why we need a booth cam for the 2 of you.
There is a
one,
camera right
true.
in front, but all it's going to see is me ducking underneath it right now. Oh, it's in. Oh, the overhead from Oshiro.
And the come on from Bobby Oshiro. She got into that point. Wow. If you can get a lob up and over Andre Diascu and he doesn't get a paddle on it, you deserve to win that point.
Fudge and Diascu had match point at 10-4. Long and Oshiro got the side out, and they have gone on a 5-point run to get back within 1 here in game number 2. Oh. Into the right hip, side out.
Sure, we'll call it right hip.
I'm not going to call it anything else.
Got it.
Wow.
That was a lot closer than he wanted to.
Yes,
but it was there.
It was, but a good reach in here from Long. Doesn't get too big with the backswing.
Match point number 3.
Oh, no.
Oh.
She's got it.
Oh. Long and Oshiro make it interesting at the end, but Megan Fudge and Andre Diascu prevail in straight games. They're on to the semifinals. They take it 11-4, 11-9. We will hear from the 2 seeds when we come back here on Championship Court. You're watching the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
BioFreeze. Unlike Voltaren, BioFreeze provides fast-acting relief. I can apply it to more areas of my body, and it's NSAID-free. Cool the pain, so I can get back on the court.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's best eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
And we'll take another look at match point for the 2 seed, Andre Diascu and Megan Fudge. Late run from Bobby Oshiro, Brendan Long, trying to push it to game 3, but just could not do it. So it's Fudge and Diascu moving on. We have them courtside with Dominic Catalano for our Franklin post-match interview.
All right, Megan, first I'll start with you. You guys go up big in that second game. Let's go straight to the second game. They make a little run. You call timeout right away after they score 2 points. What's the discussion?
Yeah, I mean, Andre has a really good sense of the court and the vibe and everything. We felt like we needed a little timeout, maybe cool them off, and also just kind of gather ourselves and making sure that we're in the game, same game plan, and it was all good.
And then once you guys did get settled down, they still make another run there at the end, Andre. What do you guys do to change that momentum out of that timeout too?
Well, we got pretty tentative there at the finish line. We were playing great, and then we started kind of like backing off the line and just floating some stuff and just giving them the opportunity to get confident, which they did. And then they started building some momentum, started playing pretty well. You know, props to them for competing so hard. But we just had to stay aggressive, play our game. That was kind of what we did at the 10-9 point, and we were able to get a stop. And then, just same thing with the last point. We went for it, and it worked out for us.
It's all about scoring those 11 points, coming out on top. You guys moving on to the semifinals. Congratulations, guys. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, our final quarterfinal matchup here on Championship Court at the APP Miami Open.
less is more, unless it's less beer.
Cat tire.
The Pro XR Pickleball Paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Georgia Johnson already with 3 medals to her name in the early 2024 season, trying to add to that total with a potential triple crown.
Oh, wow. The IQ on Georgia Johnson.
Braverman and Johnson are the queens of the court. They take the women's doubles gold medal here in Sacramento. Easy put away at the kitchen line for Georgia Johnson. Johnson read it perfectly. It will be a championship point. Georgia Johnson is golden. She outlasts Megan Fudge to capture the women's singles gold medal. ATP from Georgia. It brings up championship point for the Johnsons. The Johnsons clinical in their gold medal victories. It is a triple crown from Georgia Johnson.
Just being here with my team and shout out to the JJ because I wouldn't be able to do it without them.
Suffice it to say, it was a good week for Georgia Johnson in Sacramento. A triple crown. You see what she's been able to do through 2 tournaments on the APP Tour in 2024. 4 gold medals, a silver, and that triple crown. Become one of the youngest women ever to win a triple crown. She is doing it and doing it at a high level consistently.
Yeah, Georgia's playing really good right now. She's on top of her game and now paired up with one of her closest friends, Gabe Tardio, on the other side of her in this match. It's going to be fun to watch these two and how they play together. But again, do not go to sleep on Alex Strong and John Sincola. There's not a fluke that they are here.
A lot of youth on this court, the up-and-coming pickleball stars for years to come as Georgia Johnson gets us underway. Johnson and Tardio at the bottom of the screen in black and blue. So much power off of the paddle of Johnson.
Well, Sincola will appreciate you saying there's a lot of youth on the court right now because we know Johnny. Johnny's been around the game a while.
He's got a 4 in front of the age number.
Yeah.
Age is just a number, guys.
Absolutely. Says the youngest person in the booth.
Ooh, nice drop right there from Gabe Tardio, and then he follows it up with a nice little wrist flick.
2-0-2.
2-0-2.
Oh, he was there. The around the post defense, nice and cool, calm, collected there from Tardio, but gets a little too big coming back with the forehand.
0-2-1.
Nice ball right there from John Sincola. Get on top of that two-handed backhand for the put away.
Get Sincola and Trong on the board at 1-2-1. There's Alex Trong, the 19-year-old out of Falls Church, Virginia. Sincola, Ernie off the edge guard from Johnson, tied at 2-all.
Well, the net cord actually helped that one right there.
Kicked
up a little bit, was going to land in, added more topspin to it.
Sincola, 43 years old. As you mentioned, as that goes off the tape and through the court.
The let cord playing into Johnson Kohler's favor right now.
Run and give it a kiss. Yeah, run and give it a kiss right now. Show it some more love.
Net cord certainly showing some love to Johnson Kohler. Nice overhead there from Georgia Johnson.
Well, she read the lob nicely and got back quick enough that she sees this lob right off the paddle and is able to hit a nice angle down the line at the left foot of Johnson Kohler.
3-2-2.
3-2-2.
Side out.
Strong misses the third side out.
Yeah, tried to double up going down the line there to the backhand side of Taddeo, keeping more honest. Right now he's staying relatively calm, not trying to do too much, but look for Taddeo to start being a little bit more aggressive in the middle, make some moves. Although if Georgia Johnson's going to do that, doesn't really need to do that.
He doesn't need to do anything. Just stay in your side. Get out
just
of
get the
Georgia's
ball
way.
over the net, let Georgia do everything else.
She's the one with all the medals.
The hand speed is absurd.
Well, between Taddeo and Johnson, there's 4 golds out of Sacramento on that side of the court. So, yeah, pretty good haul.
Taddeo won a gold medal in men's doubles alongside Andre Diascu. Won a bronze in mixed with Jill Ravenhorn as well.
Ooh,
a little miscommunication there.
That's where he just needs to stay out of the way. Johnson had that one under control. Taddeo trying to do a little bit too much there, and that's one of the things that we see from Taddeo as well. We're just talking about Brendan Long with the controlled aggression. Where Taddeo gets into trouble is when he tries to do too much, take up too much court.
Misses the forehand. It's something that Johnson doesn't really experience playing alongside her brother JW, which is typically who we see her play mixed with. They're not playing mixed in this tournament, clearly.
Maybe he's in disguise.
Oh, that's such a good spot there from Georgia Johnson as she goes backside hip of Alex Trong. But how easy that ball is to overhit because you're flirting with the sideline. Johnson takes something off that. Beautifully done.
That backhand on the elevated ball from Georgia Johnson is one of the best I've seen.
I mean, but again, watch her stay short with this too. 1, 2, boom, 3. And it's not too big. She's just going to hit a good spot right at the left foot of Sincola.
Does get a little bit too big
we're
there.
We're talking about how
what'd she do?
Smooth and calm she was.
And what'd
that
she do?
one got a little too big. Paddle lays back.
But it just shows how slim the margins are between too big and not imperfect.
It's timing and it's wrist and body control.
Oh, so much pressure from Taddeo and Johnson.
Sincola thought it was hit harder. He was way out in front of it. That's why it ends up going way wide. He's out in front of it. He thought that Taddeo had more on it.
Gabe Taddeo has that ability to be tricky in his shots.
Point.
Good timeout here from Trong and Sincola.
Sprayed wide as Johnson and Taddeo take a 6-3 lead over Alex Trong and Johnson Kohler.
Well, Johnson and Taddeo have stepped up the tempo here in these last 4 points or so, 4 or 5 points. They've started to take some risks as far as the speed ups, but it's not really a big risk. It's their understanding of court coverage. You'll see the slide. I'll go back to the backhand that you were talking about with Georgia Johnson. The biggest thing was is that she recognized that Tadio was going for the Ernie, and she slid right into the middle of the court. That is the biggest thing that we look for as far as communication and understanding between a partnership, is when you have to step over and cover and really be the aggressor in it. And Johnson and Tadio understand it extremely well. And you're talking about a 17-year-old and a 19-year-old.
Tough pull right there from Alex Strong as Georgia Johnson sitting on that speed up in the middle. Got to be a little more patient than that.
Nice ball there from Trong to earn the side out.
Much better there, better spot. Alex Strong finishes this speed up from Johnson Cola.
Well, Johnson got a little jammed up there as well, and she had to slap at it. So the ball stayed linear. Again, the movement, the understanding. Johnson is off the court. She hits it around the post. Tadio is there, right where the defensive return is going to come from Sincola.
Replay a masterclass at moving alongside your partner. That ball hit about everywhere that you could.
I don't mind that speed up there from Trong. It's the first one she tried down the line right there, and Tadio comes back with it. I think she was sitting on a counter, but he used the tape.
And then the edge of the paddle, and then the shoulder, and everything else.
It's a good sell with the body right there, but I'll also go back to the speed up from Sincola at Georgia Johnson. He went same spot as the previous speed up he hit on her, but she already made the adjustment where she just blocked it back. She didn't try to counter it.
Lands inside the line.
I think Sincola called it out.
Yeah. Well, I know he called it out. I thought Gabe asked Georgia if they wanted to challenge it. They didn't.
And an easy forehand into the net right there from Georgia Johnson. And Trong and Sincola getting a little momentum here.
4-7-1.
4-7-1.
Oh.
Sincola knew it off the paddle.
It was almost before he hit it. He's like, how did I miss that?
4-7-2.
As a player, you know. Easy backhand for Johnson.
I'm sorry, did you see the face of Georgia Johnson right there? She gave a little shrug of the shoulder down to her matchup. More so about her miss hit and it worked as a winner than, you got to do better than that to pass me. But
that's a good setup right there from Gabe Tadio as he comes in. First ball had tons of shape on it. This first drive right at Sincola, he ends up popping that up, and then he goes backside for the winner.
Second serve.
Just wide. Second serve. 8-4.
8-4-2.
Oh, she got it. And the step over again from Tadio. But, I mean, that ball was already behind Georgia right there. Racquetball-esque, flicking it from back behind her. A little bit of squash, maybe.
Another timeout for Trong and Sincola as Johnson and Tardio have extended their lead to 5 points here in game number 1. The winner of this match advancing to the semifinal, where they will face Andre Diescu and Megan Fudge.
Yeah, nice little run here from Tardio and Johnson. The game control back. It looked like Trong and Sincola had a little momentum, but it's all Johnson and Tardio right here, up by 5.
And watching Johnson and Tardio, they never seem pressed. They seem very relaxed at every single moment.
Yeah, it's Johnson's pretty much always like that. Tardio will tend to get a little out of sorts if he's pressured a little bit or if he's trying to do too much, but Johnson pretty much is that steady Eddie on that side of the court.
Does Johnson have a calming effect perhaps on Tardio?
Well, I mean, again, they practice together plenty. Again, Johnson, Tardio, you have Will Howells, you have J.W. Johnson. Their whole group, they practice together. So it's a good group, and, you know, they know each other, and that comfortability really kind of helps them too.
And now Johnson and Tardio within 2 points of taking the first game.
Oh,
too long.
Just long.
And brings up game point.
Ten 4-2.
10-4-2 for the 3 seeds. A low forehand, side out.
Well, I question that one as far as a speed up there, or a drive there, I should say, from Tardio. Yes, it was a shorter ball, but it never came up. Very difficult.
Second serve.
Just long on the ground stroke, second serve. You're telling me a ball from Shin Heights not the best one to try and drive?
But at 10-4,
At 10-4,
you can take a risk.
I'll take that risk.
Maybe you'll catch a net cord or something.
Well, we have seen a plethora of net cords, and then what an angle. Sincola not able to track it down. Quick side out as Johnson and Tardio will serve again for the game. Just off the net cord as Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio take game number 1, 11-4 over Alex Trong in John Sincola. Game number 2 from our 4th and final quarterfinal match coming up next here on Championship Court at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open on ESPN.
Years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Ora Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
I'm Ariel Pastori-Sebring here with Vlasic Pickles, and we're putting the pickle in pickleball. In pickleball, the term pickled is when you don't score any points in a game. This grilled Vlasic pickle recipe will score you all the points. Slice them in half long ways. Skewer your pickles, put those babies on the grill. Now we're gonna make our ranch. Roll in crushed potato chips. Winner's Grill Pickles.
The APP is sponsored by Rainstorm, clean, plant-based energy. PowerPlate, official warm-up and recovery partner of the APP Tour. And PickleballSuperstore.com, official online retailer of the APP Tour. Humana would like to recognize Dawn Horan for the Humana Human Care Spotlight. Dawn has been volunteering for multiple years with the APP throughout many different roles. In her own words, to be part of helping the APP that values every person who comes through the gate, that constantly strives to take the player experience to the next level, that continues to innovate and expand its offerings, that is a vision for the future that includes all of us. It's magical, exciting, and an absolute honor to serve. Thank you, Dawn, and all of our volunteers this weekend in Miami, and perfectly timed, Dawn.
This couldn't have been scripted any better.
Into our booth as we were.
Snacks.
Thank you, thank you, Dawn.
She is full of snacks as we're talking about her. It could have been. That had to be scripted. Holy cow. Dawn, thank you so much.
Dawn, you're the best, and not just because you brought us some snacks. We appreciate you.
We love you. Thank you, Dawn. That was perfect.
Oh, watch the light on your way out.
Just knocked herself out on the light as she was walking out the booth.
But she won't take any time off from that, I'll guarantee it. She's right back to work.
I will say, Dawn is also quite famous on the internet for one of the biggest takedowns in a mixed doubles match by your own partner.
Oh, she stayed clean. Georgia stayed clean. She was tiptoeing the kitchen line right there.
2-0-2.
2-0-2.
Take another look at it.
Yes.
Point.
So
Sails long.
I think Alex Strong's got to do that a little more. She's got to move the ball around, dinking a little more, going wide to George Johnson, middle, and then backside on Gabe Tardio. Continue to move it around, change the spots up.
Oh my.
Wow.
I mean, Strong teed off on that.
I thought it was a put away.
And Tardio was like, no, I'm going to do it better.
For the other side of the court.
Watch this.
With Alex Strong. She's
Whack, whack.
I thought it was done when Strong hit that two-handed backhand here.
4 quick points for Johnson and Tardio, and Strong and Sincola have taken a timeout.
Wow, that is not the start that obviously Strong and Sincola wanted and needed coming into this second game, but Johnson and Tardio just staying clean and attacking balls that they can attack.
Guys, as a player, when you're coming out in a second game or out of a break and you don't have the start that you want, how do you mentally reset?
That timeout right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so from this timeout here, we've now cleaned the slate. We're going back. We're resetting. We're going to structure the points, play to our strengths.
3-0-2.
Because if they had just kept that running, it would have snowballed, and then you can't get out of it.
4-0-2.
4-0-2. It's hard to reset when Tardio and Johnson are all over the kitchen line.
When you talk about resetting, too, so in baseball you have reset, win the inning, right?
Yeah.
You lose an inning, win the next inning,
win
right?
Win the pitch,
Right.
win the inning, win the
Right.
at-bat.
In other sports, you have quarters and things like that. Here, it's you got to take that time out and then come back in and be like, okay, it's 0-0 out of the timeout. But again, then you come out and you still have Johnson and Tardio firing on all cylinders.
Johnson and Tardio have added 2 points coming out of the timeout. They have a 6-point lead after they took game number 1, 11-4.
That one just
The
short.
ATP.
Chong didn't quite get on the outside of that ball enough so she could shape it back into the court.
Right through the middle, past 2 paddles for the winner.
Well, it's too good. She sets it up nicely, and then she leans in and takes this forehand and just rolls that nicely down at the feet. And like you said, Dorian missing 2 paddles.
All right, that
finally earns the side out.
Taddeo got a little fancy free and footloose right there. But it is
8-0.
Nothing. Yeah.
It's 8-0. Of course he's going to.
Footloose and fancy free.
Yeah, okay, whatever. I say
Listen.
things backwards, upside down.
Well, listen, you say,
all the way
well,
around.
that's because you're Australian.
Yeah.
It's fine. And we love you for it.
And nice drop right there from Sincola as they finally get on the board here in game 2.
They find themselves trailing by 7 with some work to do.
Oh,
Johnson and Sincola locked in a battle.
George is just going to stand in the middle of the court and say, bring it.
But she had sidelines open, and she was like, nope, I'm going right at you, John. Here we go. Let's go toe-to-toe. Right there.
No. Wow.
Perfect.
Alex Strong almost ended up in the splits because each time she was splitting with a split step, she was going wider and wider and wider.
John and Taddeo there for moral support on that point.
And that's what John Sincola needs to use. He needs to use, John likes to play with pace, right? But use your pace to set up your soft game. And right there, they thought pulling the trigger, and he goes a little inside-out dink.
Side out.
That one just a little rush, push the drive just deep.
Side out for Johnson and Taddeo, leading 8-1. Sails long.
It's Georgia Johnson just sitting on that. But it's, again, Georgia Johnson's expecting pace. When you expect pace, you can adjust to off speed.
Good ball from Trong right at the feet.
Yeah, and that was the key to that one, like you said, Dorian, right to the feet. Taddeo and Johnson have been so good on defense that if she goes anywhere else, probably coming back.
Oh, inside out forehand just inside the line at 9-2, and now it is match point.
What saved him is that he went to the deepest part of the court.
Ridiculous inside out. And now Gabe Taddeo will serve for the match. Down the line, forehand winner, never a doubt. Georgia Johnson and Gabe Taddeo running through this quarterfinal and into the semis. They take it 11-4, 11-2. We will hear from them when we come back here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
When I first started the company, I was really excited to empower people of all abilities. You've made something that people find invaluable. It fuels you to keep making a better impact with your business.
I don't have to think about the pathway to the ocean. I just know that I'm going to be able to surf again.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Chase.
The APP is sponsored by Partake Brewing, non-alcoholic brews crafted for those who make it happen. Pro XR, innovation you can handle. And Tervis, the original insulated tumbler.
And it's the 3 seed, Gabe Taddeo and Georgia Johnson moving on to the semifinals, taking this one quite comfortably against Johnson, Kohler, and Alex Strong. We're going to throw it down to Dominic Catalano, who's courtside with our Franklin post-match interview.
All right, Georgia, let's pick up right where we left off. In Sacramento, you're playing really well right now, trying to punch another ticket to Championship Sunday. What is it like, though, playing with Gabe? You're very familiar with him. What makes it a very successful combination for you two?
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that we practice together a lot, and that's what makes it so easy. And we just have a lot of fun out there and rip balls and see what works.
Rip balls and see what works. Gabe, moving on now. You guys going into the semifinal. You're going to be playing against your men's doubles partner, Andre Deescu. What's that mean to you, and what's the game plan going in?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. Andre has been playing a really good pickleball. He just came out from a big win in PPA Austin. So, yeah, it's going to be tough. We're going to have to play, for sure, pretty well, and can't tell you my game plan.
I love it. Gabe keeping it close to the chest. We'll take a quick commercial break. Here on Championship Court, we'll have our semifinals here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
The Pro XR Pickleball Paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Typical insurance, you're just another senior.
That is the third health insurance commercial with seniors at a farmer's market.
Right? Don't get me wrong, I love a fresh heirloom, but it's like those companies think we're all the same.
That's why I chose Humana. Before I signed up, I spoke to someone who actually listened to what I needed. She told me about benefits that were right for me, like vision and dental, all in my budget. I finally feel in control. What are you doing?
Taking control.
Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing. Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
No, since I've been using Leo Rubber, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hips. It's been really a game changer for me, so I highly recommend it to everyone.
That's what makes it so different. The whole idea about balanced compression, it improves your blood flow, reduces your fatigue. At the end of the day, you feel so much better.
I feel comfortable, I feel supported, I feel like I can train harder, train longer, recover faster, and feel supported while I'm playing. And that's so crucial for me, especially in singles when I'm trying to play against the youngest. I'm not the youngest out there, but I try and play against the youngest.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The BioFreeze USA Pickleball National Championships. November 10th through the 17th in Mesa, Arizona. Designed for pickleball's best. Amateurs and pros alike. 14 tournaments. 14 opportunities. Find your golden ticket tournament. Earn your title.
Welcome back to Championship Court here inside the Miami Convention Center at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open. Dorian Kraft, Chad Edwards, Dominic Catalano, happy to have you with us. That there is Millie Rain as we get set for our first semifinal in mixed doubles. Rain, 26 years old, out of Boca Raton, Florida, playing alongside her partner Will Howells, the 24-year-old. Howells out of Boca Raton, Florida as well. Rain and Howells taking down the top seed of Susanna Barr and Hunter Johnson in the quarterfinal. Guys, what did they do well to put themselves into the semifinal?
Well, I mean, the quarterfinal was the Millie Rain show. She controlled the point so well. She took the opportunities to speed up behind Hunter Johnson. She was there for the counters, and she set up Will Howells perfectly. What they'll be looking for in this one, however, is all four players on the courts know each other so well. So is Millie Rain going to be able to get away with the same things that she did in the quarterfinals?
On the opposite side of the net is going to be Dylan Frazier and Hurricane Tyra Black. Frazier and Black moved into the semifinals with a comfortable 6-3 win over Mari Humberg and Augustus Guh. Frazier, 22-year-old, out of Ashland, Missouri. Tyra Black making an outfit change between the quarterfinals and the semifinals as well. The 23-year-old out of Delray Beach, Florida. Dom, they never really looked tested in their quarterfinal matchup. They were in control from wire to wire. What really impressed you about the way that they played in the quarterfinal?
Well, again, it's Dylan Frazier just staying short and sweet. He keeps paddle out in front and has so much power off of his wrist flick, and was joking with them off camera. I said, hey, Dylan, because Chad and I, you were talking, I said, Dylan, when was it during that match that you realized that Augustus Guh was left-handed? And he goes, I knew it the whole time. He goes, I just wasn't hitting my right spot all the time. So, because Guh was sliding into the backhand very nicely. But again, Frazier and Tyra Black looking really good playing together. They cover the court well. When Frazier will slide out, Tyra Black slides in to that middle spot and will cover, and vice versa. When Tyra Black slides out, Dylan Frazier sits in that middle. They move really well as a partnership. This is going to be a very interesting matchup for me, because if Millie Rain and Will Howells can play as patient as they did against Susanna Barr and Hunter Johnson, they're going to give Frazier and Black fits, because I didn't expect it in that quarterfinal match. I thought they were going to come out guns blazing, and they didn't. And they slowed it down to Barr and Johnson, and that's what gave them that little edge right there in a 9-8 victory.
Rain and Howells also playing incredibly clean in that quarterfinal matchup between Johnson and Barr.
Like Chad said, it was the Millie Rain show.
Sorry. I was just making sure you're okay there, Dorian. We saw something hit your throat. We heard something hit your throat right in the middle of it.
Well, I am good as we are set to get ready here on Championship Court. Millie Rain to serve first. Rain and Howells in the pink and white at the bottom of the court. Black and Frazier in the dark colors at the top. Quick side out.
I think that's the second mistake we've seen Millie Rain make in 2 matches. She finally missed the third.
If you're going to make a mistake, you can't lose a match in the first point, or win a match either.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
That's
there
a better
it is.
ball there from Rain.
Just going to make up for it right there. Beautifully done by Millie Rain as she
But-
continues her hot streak.
So we saw Mari Humberg trying to speed up against Dylan Frazier, and he was just reading it, sitting all over. But this is where Millie Rain holds it, and she sets up where she can either take it down the line or she can roll it back middle. And that is the disguise that she needs against the fast hands of Dylan Frazier and Tyra Black.
Ooh. You talked about court coverage. There may be no one that covers court better on tour than Will House. He is so fast to the ball.
No, especially up at the Kitsa line. You saw it right there, 1-2.
We saw him chase down balls in the men's gold medal match in singles in Sacramento that had no business being chased down. Still no score yet here in our first semifinal. And on cue, Frazier puts it into the net as Rain and Howes on the board first.
So this is one of the interesting things, right? Rain and Frazier drill, play, do everything together in that group. She knows his weaknesses as far as where she can attack and what takes his fast hands out of play.
Yeah, and where did she attack on that one? She went left.
Right at his forehead.
Right. It's forehead to left shoulder, right? So it's right in that spot.
Howes can't, or Rain rather, can't make the cut, tied at 1.
She's tried to rush that one back cross court, cut off the swing.
Frazier getting a little too big.
Yeah, talk about resetting and dropping a ball. Tyra Black just got too high on her drop, so it leaves that next ball attackable.
Just wide, but a good spot there from Tyra Black. Millie Rain actually overran that one a little bit. Goes right to that left hip, jams herself up just enough to pull that across the body and just wide.
Oh, the power from Black to put it right past Rain.
But it's a good adjustment. So she went to the left hip of Rain, gets this pop up, and then watch the next one. She goes right hip. And she goes right hip, but doesn't go too hard to hit it out.
Another point for Frazier and Black as they have taken a 3-point lead here in game number 1.
Oh, little lazy with the footwork there, and the body standing upright, feet were still moving. And you know, Frazier and Black are the type of team where you can't give them too many free points, right? You have to play clean, you have to play tight. And right here we've seen, you know, the last 3 points kind of just be a little lackadaisical for Rain and Howes.
Lackadaisical is not a characteristic that you associate with Millie Rain and Will Howes very often. If you talk to Howes about his game, he calls himself meticulous in the way that he prepares both on and off the court. So it's not often you see him become that too loose, too free type of player. How do Rain and Howes draw it back here coming out of this timeout?
We call the timeout first, right? Regroup, and it's come back in. Okay, fresh slate. We use that timeout. We come back in. We're fresh. We're easy. Let's kind of rein everything back in.
Pun intended.
Yeah, right there. Let's rein everything back in here and kind of regroup and get back to what got us here. That was slow, easy, patience. Wait for the right opportunity.
Better ball there from Howes to earn the side out.
Yeah, nice two-hand backhand with good angle.
1-5-1.
Oh, he rushed the backhand there. Excellent job just getting to the ball off the net court. I mean, that thing jumped up 3 feet. It's a hard adjustment.
Nice combination, and it starts with the lob from Millie Rain.
Millie Rain going back to the lob over the left shoulder of the right side player. She had success with it in the quarterfinals against Byron Johnson. We see a switch here.
And that's Howells just trying to get everything back on one right there and pulling the trigger from the top of his shoes instead of being a little more patient right there.
When you can create as much topspin as Will Howells can, it's a little bit more inviting to try and pull the trigger there.
That's
nice. Ernie.
Nice Ernie there from Will Howells on a good read.
Well, so the reason why we saw the change from Black and Frazier was because Howells was going straight down the line at Tyra Black. Now they put her on the left just to give her a little bit more reaction time if Howells decides to attack her. But in that sense, now she can attack Millie Rain as well.
Black misses the third. There's a 3-point run for Howells and Rain.
She got him again. She knew exactly where to go.
She followed the slide as well. Frazier tried to slide a little bit. She follows the slide, goes right. She was aiming center mass. And even if Frazier slides there, still has him tied up.
Oh, you see Tyra Black go away from the two-hander right there and create so much whip on this backhand, almost half overhead right there. Beautifully done by Tyra Black to get just a little more on that.
Frazier getting too big at the kitchen line. That is something we did not see from him in the quarterfinal.
No, just trying to do a little bit too much there, but I'm surprised Will Howells didn't move and take that ball in the middle. It floated through the middle of the court. Kind of got away with one with the miss there from Frazier. Excuse me.
Rain puts it away at the feet.
Controlling it, pushing Tyra Black around the court, bringing her in, pushing her out wide, isolates Dylan Frazier, gets the ball popped up. Textbook from Millie Rain.
Up into the lighting above the court. Another point for Rain and Howells as they have taken a 7-5 lead.
Get a timeout right here.
A timeout coming as Black and Frazier have seen enough. They find themselves trailing by 3. And coming out of that timeout, Rain and Howells have been able to really capitalize and swing the momentum in their favor.
All right, and what we've talked about is talking about third shots. And Chad, you and I talk about it all the time. Watch this aggressive third shot. Right there. That sets everything up. Are they getting into the kitchen line, right? They may not win that point on that, but that aggressive third shot drop is setting things up. And Chad and you and I hit on that all the time where you want to be aggressive rather than passive, and that sets everything up when you're aggressive. Dylan Frazier did a great job of resetting that in the middle of that, but if you can be aggressive on your third, and what we talk about is it more of a it's not a drive, it's not a drop, it's a aggressive drop.
Yeah, it's committing to the drop and accelerating through contact that puts a ball that's going to either bounce or penetrate through the kitchen. Frazier can't do that much with it.
Right on cue. That was another one right there. It was an aggressive drop again at the feet, causing a little bit of pressure.
Couldn't come up with the drop there off of the big backhand side out. But Howes and Rain have worked themselves into a 4-point lead. The thing I like most about Millie Rain's lobs is they're not overwhelmingly deep in the court, but they're just deep enough to cause her opponents to be off balance.
Well, and that's what you want, where you want it over the head, and you want them to try to take that ball out of the air rather than let it bounce. If Black lets that lob bounce because it's a little bit more aggressive offensive lob, that ball is going to hit and keep going through the court. It's not going to stop.
Feels like almost a bait ball.
Yep.
That's good return right there from Dylan Frazier, pushing Millie Rain all the way back behind the baseline, getting her on her heels.
And an important return after Rain and Howes forced a quick side out.
Oh, that's
two great
dirty
balls there from Frazier and Black. That angle.
That's touch right there from Tyra Black. Watch it.
She made it look easy. It's
no,
not.
but she keeps the arm straight and just controls the movement with it. Doesn't use any wrist. Look out, cameraman. Holy cow.
I do appreciate that he's shielding us a little bit because I want none of that Will Howes overhead.
Coming right at you here.
Well, Frazier and Black finally broke an 8-0 run from Rain and Howes.
Still finding themselves trailing by 3.
Oh, and
Black missed it.
Yeah, Tyra Black trying to go back on that right hip of Millie Rain, but earlier she didn't overhit it. There, she's reaching too far, and she overhits it.
Nice placement there from Black to go off the right hip of Howes.
Millie Rain needed to put a little bit more on that attack. She kind of fed 2 balls right there, and unfortunately Will Howes paid the price for it.
A missed third from Rain, another side out.
And this is where you don't want to get with Tyra Black and Dylan Frazier, is letting them back in this right here, giving them opportunities to catch up here.
So
backhand flick winner.
But that's what I'm talking about with that lob. Okay, so it either takes the guy away from the controlling part of the court, where Frazier goes back and gets this one. Now he's out of position.
Neck cord into the body. Do you like Frazier, though, taking it with the forehand instead of Black trying to go backhand?
Yes, if he can get a good swing on it. Oh, right in the corner. Oh. Rain lost it.
Oh.
That's how it ends. On that one right there. Holy cow.
Wow.
Back-to-back lobs.
Perfect lob here. Lands right in the corner. Rain's going back. Loses it. Somehow Howes gets there.
Well, this is the important part for Howes and Rain. They've had 2 service opportunities without scoring a point. Oh, it sat on the cord and fell back in, and it gives Howes and Rain game point.
That's a tough ball for Frazier to come across and get, because he was full extension, arm locked.
Full extension, try to reset from there and bring back with angle.
Yep. That's
another
ambitious.
low ball. Yep.
Well, unless he drops the paddle head way underneath, which he didn't, came in a little bit flat. We've seen him do that in his singles game. That one just flattens out on him.
Oh, Tyra Black. It was a good decision about 4 shots ago. It looked like she wanted to lean in and take the ball out of the air. She didn't. Set her feet back up, waited for the right ball. Nice job.
Howes and Rain do get one, but Frazier and Black back on serve. Oh, Rain got the combination she wanted and missed it.
Yeah, too big on that last forehand, but I like how invested you are in the points there, Dorian. You lunged forward to get that ball that dribbled over the net as well.
Changed her mind. It looked like Rain was going to attack right away, and then she decided to roll that, and it was already too low. And all of a sudden, here comes Black and Frazier down by 1.
Yeah, I mean, you can sense the momentum shift, the tempo shift in the way of Black and Frazier right now. So it's a good timeout for Rain and Howes, but Rain and Howes just all of a sudden they got flat.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
4-1 run for Black and Frazier. It feels almost like Rain and Howes are playing not to miss and not to lose.
Not to lose.
Right,
You're playing not to lose instead of playing to win.
Yeah, playing on their heels right now, haven't attacked really anything, right, and put any pressure on balls that typically they will attack and put pressure on, but nothing.
As a player, how hard is it to ramp that aggressiveness back up on game point?
Well, now it's tough, right? Because now all of a sudden it's a 1-point game. You had a lead where you can be a little more free. Now it's 10-9. Now all of a sudden in your head, like, I don't want to make a mistake. And that's hard to change that mentality when it's 10-9 now.
That's the interesting part of the psychology of the sport. You have the room to be aggressive, and typically you see players not be. And this is what happens. The door open for the 4 seeds. More aggressive take from Howes, but it goes long. We are tied at 10.
I mean, it was an excellent job of Rain and Howes to keep themselves in that point, and they had an opportunity. Howes just tried to do a little too much with that last forehand.
Wow. And Tyra Black sets this up.
They call it out, or they call it in?
That was in.
It was in.
Once she comes in and she levels out this forehand block.
And it brings up game point now for Black and Frazier, 11-10-1. Nice ball there from Rain.
Yeah, good spot. Jamming up Dylan Frazier just enough that he hits it off the frame.
Game point number 2. Black and Frazier fight off 2 game points. They capitalize on their second as they come back to take game 1 at 12-10 over Millie Rain and Will Howes. The 8 seed will try and regroup when we come back here on Championship Court at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
The Pro XR Pickleball Paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Manage ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more, paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
The APP is sponsored by AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do. USA Pickleball, official sanctioning body of the APP Tour. And Franklin X40, the official ball of the APP Tour. Howes and Rain led by as many as 4 in that first game. They will try and reset here in game number 2 after Tyra Black and Dylan Frazier came back to take it 12-10. And they take the first point.
Well, and that's a heat test right there as Tyra Black just comes out swinging right at Will Howells. And Dylan Frazier handles it in the middle on the counter.
Well, like that too. And this is going to be the tempo for the next, if not the whole of this match, but at least the next 7 or 8 points.
It feels
right?
like
until Howes and Rain can slow them down and make them stop.
The body language going back to get that ball spoke volumes.
Oh. Dylan Frazier moved to the spot before Millie Rain even hit it there. But again, it's the confidence of him having Tyra Black in the middle right there, knowing if she pulls the trigger in the middle, she's there.
3 straight points for Black and Frazier to open up game number 2.
We saw that combo in game 1. The attack cross court from Tyra Black creates the pop-up down the line.
And going back to that timeout that Black and Frazier took, trailing 5-9-2 as Howell and Rain take a timeout here. Black and Frazier are on a 16-1 run.
That's just incredible. That's playing clean right there. But Chad, you talked about the speed up cross court. Typically, it's something you want to shy away from a lot of times, but it's something also that if you're a team and you know, Tyra Black, Dylan Frazier knows she's going to speed up to that spot. So what does Dylan do? He's ready for it. He's prepped for it. if you don't play with a partner very often, or your new partnership and your partner speeding up cross court and you don't know it and are expecting it, you're in trouble and it's not a bad combo. In this sense, Dylan Frazier sitting on the cross court speed up, ready for the counter and the put away.
Well, and I'm going to take it one step further as well. Okay, in mixed doubles, more common for the woman to speed up cross court at the woman, and it gets the guy's hands involved. If the guy speeds up cross court at the other guy, he gets his partner destroyed.
Yep.
Out of the timeout, Frazier makes the forehand error. Just wide. Second server.
Dylan Frazier has made the adjustment on the Millie Rain speed-ups. She got him 5 or 6 times in game 1. Now he's clearing the body. He's reading the paddle, reading the spots that she's going.
Hal's taking over the kitchen line to get on the board.
It took everything he had right there. 3 speed-ups to finally put a ball away at the left foot of Dylan Frazier for them to get on the board.
Oh, he missed it.
Sitter just tried to rush it on the movement there, tried to slap it down, but got on top of it too much, slapped it right in the top of the net.
As Howells makes a mistake on the return, how much of this is mental coming off of that game 1 where they had game point and dropped it?
99.9%.
What was it, 90% of the game's mental, the other half is physical?
Yeah, okay,
Yogi Berra. Right? But again,
Smart
too,
man.
we talked about it off camera. How quick could this second game go if you're Rain and Howells? You could see this game, we said it before, going 11-2, 11-3 because you had that lead and now all of a sudden you're feeling pressure.
Right now, Rain and Howells not able to find the court. They are down by 6.
Getting away real quick from them.
And Black and Frazier now within 4 points of Championship Sunday.
The tempo continues. They're going to stay aggressive. They are going to put the pressure on. They being Black and Frazier. They're going to keep putting that pressure, applying that pressure, the pace, the speed, the tempo, unless Rain and Howells can slow them down. They're going to have to junk up some of these returns, add some spin, keep that ball lower.
It was there for Frazier. He just didn't get enough wrist and roll on that last one. Just hit it a little flat and it goes long, but
yeah,
it was a great setup.
And he's not even phased by the miss right there because he knows that the setup was there. He had the right setup. Just needs to adjust the finish.
Oh, he got it.
Wow.
Oh, he was there for that one too. Great hands there from Dylan Frazier, but Will Howells finally able to put it away, like Dorian was about to say.
Howells able to stem the tide, but he and Millie Rain
she
trail
used larger
1-8-1.
words than you were going to use.
Yeah, way larger.
Second server.
It's an excellent roll there from Frazier as well. And he knows he's going back cross court. Very easy to try to rush it to get back into the position down the line, but he executes first.
Little cut on the serve there from Black. Rain can't make the pickup. Another timeout. as the lead has swelled to 8, and Black and Frazier smell blood in the water. This has been their game coming out of game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you had Rain and Howells. They had 2 opportunities to end game 1. Don't do it at 10-7. Then you lose 12-10, go on a 5-0 run to end it, or a 0-5 run, you lose. And now you come out very, very flat in game number 2. It's just tough to overcome, especially when you had points on your paddle in game 1 to end it.
Only a 2-minute break between games, so not a lot of time to mentally reset coming off of a tough loss in game number 1. And they are going to need to make some magic happen if they want a chance to move into Championship Sunday, as Black and Frazier on serve at 9-1-1 here in our first of 2 semifinals. Missed return brings up match point. Frazier and Black outlast Howells and Rain in game number 1 and run away to a 11-1 victory in game number 2. They are our first team into Championship Sunday. We will hear from Tyra Black and Dylan Frazier when we come back here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
When I have pain from arthritis, I grab BioFreeze. Unlike Voltaren, BioFreeze provides fast-acting relief. I can apply it to more areas of my body, and it's NSAID-free. Cool the pain, so I can get back on the court.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
When I first started the company, I was really excited to empower people of all abilities. You've made something that people find invaluable. It fuels you to keep making a better impact with your business.
I don't have to think about the pathway to the ocean. I just know that I'm going to be able to surf again.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
The APP is sponsored by Chase. Fulfill, we swear it's a protein bar. And PowerPlate, official warm-up and recovery partner of the APP Tour.
It's an 18-2 run for the 4 seeds, Dylan Frazier and Tyra Black, to close this one out. They're the first into Championship Sunday in mixed doubles, taking out Will Howells and Millie Rain. The hands, the power, the tempo from Frazier were the deciding factor. And we're going to have them courtside with Dominic Catalano for our Franklin post-match interview.
All right, Tyra, I'll start with you. You guys are down 10-7 in game 1. They have 2 game points. What are you guys thinking? What changed the momentum in that first game?
I just thought we had to lock in where we were. They made a little run, and I was like, if we just keep fighting and keep going, I thought we could still win the game, and we did, thankfully. And then the second game, I think we just kind of ran with it and had the momentum.
And then, Dylan, it looked like Millie early on had your number down that line. You guys practice a lot together. She knows if you have any weakness, she knows about it. What was the adjustment you made? Because it seemed like you closed that off at the end of game 1 and into game 2.
Yeah, I was asking myself that, like, because I played Millie so much, and it's like I know it's coming. I don't know. It was weird, but she was getting on me early in the game, so I had to adjust a little bit. Just saw it a few more times, and that was helpful. But yeah, those are two good players. We play practice a lot with them, and SoFlo, so it's good to play them in a tournament, or fun anyway. Let's go.
All right, well, congratulations, you guys. Moving on to Championship Sunday. We'll take a break. One more semifinal here on Championship Court at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Ora Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
It was deep into the winter freeze when Ryan and Brenda Brinka made a pact. We will no longer be prisoners to you, Wisconsin winter. We shall fly south to where the courts are eternally bright, and we will do so with a new phone plan, one with the same coverage, up to half the cost. They may call us snowbirds,
but we're phoenixes.
When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
I'm Vivian Chan here with Plastic Pickles, and we're putting the pickle into pickleball. In pickleball, a slice is a chopped shot used to create backspin on the ball. I'm going to show you how to make a fried chicken sandwich topped with plastic sandwich dill pickle chips that will put your taste buds into a spin. Now this is a really big dill.
The top-seeded duo of Gabriel Tardio, Andre Diescu. They are taking on the duo of Howells and Johnson. Tardio body bag on Howell. Game number 1 each of the top seeds, Andre Diascu and Gabe Tardio. Tremendous hands by Howell. Beautiful forehand winner from Johnson. A little verbal aggression there from Will Howells. We will head to a winner-take-all Game 3 as Howells and Johnson take Game 2, 11-5 against Andre Diascu and Gabe Tardio.
Look at the bounce in the step right now of Diascu and Tardio.
Just catches the line, and there are new kings crowned in Sacramento. Andre Diascu and Gabe Tardio take it in 3 games.
It's the kind of competitive spirit that we need, and I think we're making a great team together, and finally we got our first gold medal.
Andre Diascu, part of that top-seeded men's doubles duo in Sacramento. He will be squaring off against Gabe Tardio in this mixed doubles semifinal, playing alongside his partner Megan Fudge. 20 gold medals won in 2023. That was the most on tour. All of those coming in mixed or men's doubles. No singles events for Andre Diascu. Megan Fudge. On the other side of Georgia Johnson, there she is. 28 medals last year, second most. Most for a woman on tour. Again, Fudge mixing up that medal count with singles, doubles, mixed doubles as well. Georgia Johnson, so much success in Sacramento, trying to add to that medal count here, playing with Gabe Tardio here in our second of 2 semifinal. The winner moving on to face Tyra Black and Dylan Frazier on Championship Sunday. Guys, these styles, we've already seen fast hands from Johnson and Tardio, lots of consistency from Diascu and Fudge. What is going to be the difference maker in this matchup?
Can Georgia Johnson find what the opening on the sideline, depending on how Megan Fudge plays? Remember how open she was facing that middle in that quarterfinal match. Now, what can Georgia Johnson do? Georgia Johnson does like to pull that cross-court dink hard to the sideline. If she does that and Megan Fudge stays in the stance she stayed in that quarterfinal matchup, it could give her issues and force her to adjust. So that's one thing to look for. And then I'm going to look for Gabe Tardio to keep Megan Fudge honest too. When he gets a ball, I'm going to look for him to push up that line and push her back off that line and see if he can't do that to Megan Fudge. So again, it's what can Megan Fudge do to keep her and Andre Diascu in this match. She did a great job in that quarterfinal, kept them in it, did what she needed to do. Great job by her, but she's going to be my X factor in this one to see what she can do here.
Different dynamic, but it was Megan Fudge that Georgia Johnson beat in singles in Sacramento to take the gold medal. That one going to 3 as well. So Fudge and Johnson, no strangers. As well as we are still warming up here on Championship Court. Been a day full of action here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open. Dorian Kraft, Chad Edwards, Dom Catalano, all with you today. The first of 3 days of action. We've got men's and women's doubles tomorrow, and of course Championship Sunday coming up. That is sure to be a fun one. We have seen surprises throughout the brackets this week. No seed is safe, as we have come to learn on tour this season.
No, not at all. It's been a lot of different partner changes, partner matchups, so seeding will kind of settle itself out eventually, but right now no seed is safe. And right now you have your 2 seed in Diascu and Fudge.
And your 3 seed in Johnson and Tardio. We've already seen the 4 seed advance after the top seed went down in the quarterfinals for the second consecutive tournament. That was Susanna Barr and Hunter Johnson being ousted by Will Howells and Millie Rain.
Dare we say a jinx of the top seed? The top seed has been knocked out in the quarterfinals in Sacramento and now in Miami. So we'll see if that comes into play in our next stop in Delray in 2 weeks. I almost want to avoid that 1 seed right now.
Well, the problem with being the top seed is that means everyone's gunning for you. You get everybody's best shot.
And the parity in the sport right now, too.
I think that's safe to say the top 8 seeds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the parity in our sport now is incredible, and you're getting a lot of these new teams that may not have a name for themselves, but are very capable of taking out some of the top seeds, and that's just what is the amazing part about our sport and what it has become over the past couple years.
The influx of talent has been unbelievable. You talk to players throughout the course of this week, and they talk about, even going back to the pre-qualies, how difficult it is if you are not in the main draw due to points, how difficult it is to even make it in to the main draw. As we are underway here in the second semifinal of the mixed doubles matchup, and a quick side out.
Kind of a shocking speed up right there from Megan Fudge, and I think Georgia Johnson was shocked by it too, and she hits it out.
That's your point right there. Okay, Georgia Johnson has the ability and has the stroke play that she's going to be able to go outside that right foot of Megan Fudge and really give her fits if she closes the body off that much.
Oh, and what did Georgia Johnson do, though? She's recognizing Fudge is right there. She just went right at her body right there. And now Megan Fudge is jammed up a little bit. Chad, I think you're right. Georgia Johnson doesn't care how hard she hits the ball. She's going to place it well, and she did on that first point.
A little Greg Maddox-like is Georgia Johnson.
Well, she has the ability to hit at 97 miles an hour, but she lives somewhere between 82 to 88.
Listen, that's a really good career.
It's Hall of Fame career right there.
There it is.
Ooh. Now, that's where Tardio has to take that outside the right hip of Megan Fudge. Tries to go into the body. She's sitting so heavy right there. He has to get her sliding to open up that middle.
Misses the forehand, side out.
0-0-1. Second serve.
Andre may challenge this one.
No challenge.
No challenge.
And Andre was looking right down the line. And usually if he thinks it's in, he's really going to be adamant about it. He really didn't question it too much.
I haven't seen a ton of challenges here today on championship court. Diana coming through the middle. That's a big swing.
He's coming in hot.
Oh.
I don't know if he was jumping a little bit behind that as well, but that was kind of close to... We'll see the around the post. It comes back. Yeah, the ball's wide.
Tardio trying to do the exact same thing that Diascu did coming through the middle, but Diascu kept that a little lower. Still nobody on the board here.
We like the back and forth right now. It's the feeling out process.
Little couple jabs here early on.
You know,
but this is what you would expect from two of the higher seeds. It's going to be a more tightly contested match.
Oh, it was off pace. Just a little push misdirect there from Megan Fudge.
Fudge and Diascu the first on the board. Easy put away for Tardio.
A good 1-2 combo there. He knew what he was going to get next. Went at that right hip of Megan Fudge. Gets the pop up. Oh, that's a nice drive by the big man on the run.
But he didn't overhit it. The focus was more getting underneath, getting it below the net than anything else.
Created some good shape on it. Kept it down.
Oh, no. Going for the body.
Duck
How about the frack in the
and
middle
roll.
of that
Oh, look
between...
at you throwing the frack out there.
I recognized it.
I like it.
Once again, look at me knowing things now.
Oh, Georgia got caught up there, sitting on the forehand a little bit. Just turned it over.
That one's not coming back.
Yeah, big finish in the middle there from Dasku, and he made his presence felt on that one. He stepped over in front on the first third and then never gave up the middle.
Oh.
Right into the left hip of Johnson. That was a self-defense swing from Megan Fudge in the middle of this.
It clips the net too and drops over.
Diascu in the right place for the ATP defense, but couldn't make the pickup.
Well, that's her being open a little bit right there. And when she rolls that, because she's so open, and when she does roll that, she's already facing that way. It's going to even have more because of her body position. Georgia's got 2 ATPs already.
So Georgia turned to Tadio really quickly and say, was that out? A little bit of second guessing there. Creates the later and larger swing.
And then pushes it wide. Some uncharacteristic mistakes from Georgia Johnson.
I'm just trying to do a little too much right now, and in a sense of getting frustrated with the defense of Fudge and Diascu.
That's the style that Fudge and Diascu want to play. They want to frustrate their opponents into making mistakes. That was a better angle there from Johnson.
A much better ball. Because, again, we're talking about how much Fudge's body is angled there. If you go toward the right foot, she still is reaching in and taking that ball out with the forehand somewhat inside out. But now with the slower roll, she's wrong-footed and can't gain as much ground to cover.
So right speed up there from Diascu, probably not for Megan Fudge on the second one because of the reset. Tardio sitting on the second speed up. Like to just see a reset on that second one.
Diascu played that perfectly.
Yeah, he got back in, jumped back into play after his around the post nicely.
Oh, just wide. So just watching Megan Fudge right there as well with that angled body and the movement of Diascu. By Megan having that left foot back, it also gives Diascu the room to come over and take the ball in front of her without her having to move and get out of the way. So she's staying balanced and staying established.
Tardio playing an out ball there probably, but gets it at the feet of Megan Fudge for the winner.
4-1-2. Diascu misses the drive, side out. Nice combination there from Johnson.
Well, she stayed on it after she hits the first one. She's not expecting the first or even the second to be a winner right there, and she stays engaged. That was the difference on that point for Georgia Johnson.
Service error from Tardio.
2-4-2. Slide out.
So long. The reach right there. I mean, that was not a bad drop, but he's able to, that being Diascu, able to reach in and take that ball out of the air, put something on it.
The wingspan for Diascu is a difference maker.
And again,
Tardio a little frozen there.
well, when Diascu's reaching over that way, you can't really guess in one direction of where he's going to go because that ball's going to get on you so quick. Trying to hold.
Sails long.
Little holding of the breath there from Tardio and Johnson as that ball went up and over, and they're like, go, 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 go. Get out.
And no breeze inside the Miami Convention Center to potentially blow that ball one way or the other. Johnson got what she wanted and missed it.
Wow, what a firefight in the middle of
right?
that point. Unbelievable.
6-2-2.
And against most players, those balls that Johnson and Tardio are hitting are not coming back. Oh, Tardio did the hard work, and that's how it ends. Are you kidding?
I mean, the flick from Tardio, the around the poles from Diascu and the get, then the defense from Georgia. I mean, what the heck?
That play had everything, but still, Diascu and Fudge take the point. They are up 7-2 here in game number 1 of our second semifinal as Johnson and Tardio calling a timeout, trying to stem the momentum and get some back on their side when they have as many balls that are coming back as they are against Fudge and Diascu. Within the point, how do they find some space to get a winner?
Well, instead of getting those firefights, you have to get the ball down. You have to find an angle. Georgia Johnson did that early on, but again, you're keeping that point in the middle of the court. You have to extend it, get to the sidelines, find a spot, but you don't need to find it with any pace. You just got to change that pace up and find the sidelines. When you're in the middle, everyone's right there. Find those sidelines, get that ball down at the feet.
Fudge and Diascu, a pair that you can't really count on to, if you play a ball back, eventually make an error. They're just so solid and consistent. One of the major reasons why they have a 5-point advantage here in game number 1.
I mean, in all honesty, that point should have been over 2 shots ago. But again, Fudge digs one, Diascu digs one.
Tardio finally able to put it away, but again, right back up the middle.
A good adjustment there from Diascu with the ball off the net from Johnson.
3-7-1.
And a little unlucky with it as well, but again, they've gotten away with, in reality, 2 where they've inserted power. Probably not the best balls, but at least they're making an attempt to try to change the tempo in their favor. That's more of the points that we want to see, because they're targeting Fudge's right foot there. They're pushing her deeper and deeper and wider there on that kitchen. Now they can go back behind Diascu as well and keep them both off balance.
But how patient did Georgia Johnson have to be in the middle of that rally? That's the longest one of the match.
I was waiting for either one of them to pull a trigger, and Megan Fudge didn't either until the ball went to her left foot and she got on the two-handed backhand. It came to her two-handed backhand, she pulled the trigger. But look at just the patience by these two ladies here. It was who was gonna wear the other one out first, but then it was that right there where Fudge thought she saw an opening, but Georgia Johnson kept it low enough that when she did speed that up, Georgia Johnson was able to get on top of that and put that ball away.
After the side out, Tardio and Johnson have scored 3 quick points. Fudge and Diascu taking a timeout as their lead has been trimmed to 2. That last point felt like a game of chicken. Who's going to do it first?
That's exactly it right there.
Crowd filling in here on Championship Court. It's been a great crowd all day long, and they have been treated to some tremendous pickleball. This is our second of 2 semifinals here in mixed doubles. Full day of action coming up tomorrow as well, both men's and women's doubles on the docket.
Yeah,
second serve.
Johnson has to just bump that one down into the kitchen. It's not an attackable ball through the transition area there. That ball has to be higher if she's going to attack it.
Able to capitalize on the timeout. Side out, back over to Diascu and Fudge.
There's the right foot.
Right on the right foot.
Yeah, it's that right foot right there. Fudge gets nice and low. But again, when you get that low, it's hard to move, and if you can get it outside or at that foot.
Quick side out, good defense from Johnson and Tardio.
Yeah, I think Diascu missed a spot right there. He was looking more to jam up Tardio, but just missed it outside the right shoulder.
Oh, Johnson trying to redirect right there.
She missed it.
Off the net cord, sails out of bounds. Unlucky for Georgia Johnson.
But that's an excellent setup there, too. Couple to the right foot of Fudge, go behind Diascu, open up the middle a little bit. Just a little unlucky catching the net cord, potentially just a little too big with the take back.
But the angles and the construction are better.
Absolutely.
Sails out on Fudge, second serve.
7-5-2.
Oh, Georgia Johnson just stood straight up, got a little lackadaisical.
8-5-2.
First point in 10 played points. Oh, and just got Johnson locked up there in the middle.
Georgia Johnson pretty much looked at Gabe Tardio and goes, that's not the shot. I mean, she was not anticipating that speed up.
9-5-2.
That's the spot.
But even on that one, right, Georgia Johnson had a put away up high. Megan Fudge was sitting 2 feet behind the kitchen line. Diascu was all the way back. She went to Diascu.
Yeah.
She's got to light up the person that's up at that kitchen line right there instead of trying to go all the way back.
Point.
Yeah, that one,
double hit.
Yeah, double hit.
Hit off the paddle down into the court.
Into the right hip of Johnson, into the net.
Yeah, nice spot there from Fudge. Caught Johnson standing up a little bit, gets it elevated toward the right armpit.
Just can't do too much with that right there. He's off balance trying to roll that real heavy. Reset that back to Fudge and get Georgia Johnson into that cross-court battle with Megan Fudge right there. She's had good success the past maybe 5-6 points with that when they get in that.
Through the middle, finds an open space. How difficult is it, though, to get into that pattern that's been successful when you're playing a pair like Diascu and Fudge?
Well, again, that comes down to if Diasco and Fudge are executing their pattern as well, you have to try to just neutralize the ball between the feet so you get an easier ball back to then reset your pattern. Obviously, a lot easier
I was
thinking
the same thing. Yeah, that sounds so simple. The hands battle won by Fudge with some love off the net cord.
Go back to the third shot drop and the fifth shot on that point. It was disastrous for Fudge and Diasco. They miscommunicated on 2 balls, and Fudge digged out a winner off the paddle at Tardio.
Game point. Off the edge guard, and Diasco and Fudge 1 game away from advancing to Championship Sunday. They take it 11-6 over Georgia Johnson, and Gabe Tardio will have game 2 coming up next here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open on ESPN.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients, and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
It was deep into the winter freeze when Ryan and Brenda Brinka made a pact. We will no longer be prisoners to you, Wisconsin winter. We shall fly south to where the courts are eternally bright, and we will do so with a new phone plan, one with the same coverage, up to half the cost. They may call us snowbirds,
but we're phoenixes.
When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
Andre and Megan taking down Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio in game number 1, 11-6. Lots of long, drawn-out rallies, but Diasco and Fudge staying the course.
Yeah, it was a very good job by Megan Fudge and Andre Diasco, staying in it and winning a lot of hands battles to keep them in points, but then making proper decisions at the right times. I think Tardio and Johnson figured a little bit of a strategy out late in game number 1. We'll see if they continue to do that here in game number 2.
Time in, 0-0-2.
Fudge to serve to start game 2.
I mean, that's a way to start game 2 right there.
A little bit of everything there.
0-2.
Some of the best rallies that we have seen all tournament. Nice placement there from Johnson to earn the side out.
Well, if Fudge is going to drive, I'd like to see her drive right at Tardio instead of going cross court to Johnson as Dasku's coming up for the shake and bake. Tough spot.
Dasku just flips it over with the forehand off of the edge guard.
It's just being annoyed that Georgia Johnson got everything back on the first three.
Nice drop there. Fudge and Dasku decided to stay because Fudge's return went a little bit wider. Wasn't going to give her enough time to uncoil from the stack.
Nice reach in there from Dasku with the forehand flick.
Twice down the middle now for Dasku on a little forehand flick, like you said, Dorian. That's the second one he's found.
Second serve.
A little too fine on the backhand cut. Second serve coming.
Just end of the world for Dasku when he misses that drop. It's just, I cannot believe I missed one.
He'd never be good at baseball.
Oh my God, no.
Oh, Tardio, tricky with the Ernie.
He saw Dasku coming all the way over to pinch. Watch him read because he knows Dasku's not going to get a lot on that.
There's no other angle that Dasku can take that. He's reaching so far and that ball's behind him. He can only go down the line with it.
You know it's good when the three of us all make the same sound at the same time.
On great Dasku. Pesky. Nothing gets past him.
Pesky.
How did he come up with that?
It's called a 6'4" guy, Pesky. That's just full attack mode there from Gabe Tardio.
2-1-2.
First lead of the match for Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio at 2-1-2.
Georgia
to it.
Blocked. Georgia just stood there.
Slowest ball of the whole point.
She put her paddle there, just dropped it in.
You said something a few points ago about Dasku being frustrated that the ball came back. Both of these teams not accustomed to having to hit so many balls within a rally.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, and that is the danger part. Megan Fudge speeding up from the ball between the feet right there. Because of the counter coming back down the line, she's going to speed up and be extended out in front. Now there's too far of a distance to get to that forehand side.
She got caught right in the middle.
Point.
Another point.
That time the left foot dropped a little too much. She was way too far open.
Almost side on completely.
Right, where she almost missed the dink and hit off the edge of the paddle right there. So a little bit too much open right there. But Chad, I think you hit it right on the head. It's what I'm going to look for is I'm going to look for Georgia to go with that little forehand dink cross court to Megan. But I'm going to almost look for her to bait her
to speed it up.
Yes, I'm going to bait her to her left foot so that she goes to the two-hander. And when she does, when she goes to put that two-hander on, all Tardio needs to do is sit heavy. If he sits heavy on that forehand, and she, like you said, Chad, will pull that. When she pulls it, then she gets herself just enough out of position, boom.
And how much does that come back to the confidence and trust that you have in a partner that you know so well, where you can throw out that bait ball and trust that Tardio's sitting in the right spot versus a newer partnership like Dasku and Fudge?
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is Gabe knows the game, too. Gabe's very familiar with Georgia. And, again, you think they're not talking about that right now? They are. They're talking about it. Gabe, just be ready, right? I'm going to bait her into this. I'm going to throw this ball in the middle. And Gabe knows that when she puts that second hand on right there, more likely it's going to be a speed up. And if he just anticipates speed up, he's fine. If she push dinks it, so what, right?
Not
I'm
gonna
sitting.
hurt anything.
5-point run, or 4-point run rather, for Johnson and Tardio here in game number 2 after Fudge and Diascu took game 1 11-6. Winner for Tardio.
And that's the thing, too, is that it's not Tardio and Johnson speeding it up. They're like, go ahead, here you go. Here's one that you can speed up. Go ahead. We're just going to counter it. It's the bait.
Strategy working so far. Reel them in.
Reel them in.
Yeah.
Backhand Ernie through the 5-hole. Are you kidding?
All 3 of those balls, right foot Megan Fudge. She tries to change direction. The only thing she can do is pop it down the line, feeds it straight to the Tardio Ernie.
And tell me there wasn't a ball in the middle of there that I thought Georgia couldn't have sped up, and she didn't.
Yeah.
She just pushed it to the sideline. Here's the switch.
Oh,
Tardio stepped across all over it, puts it into the net, side out, but not before he and Georgia Johnson take a 6-point lead. Wow.
Diascu getting involved right there, meaning taking over.
I think that ball, that first ball in that replay right there was going out. Georgia was late to it, and that set the tone.
Good spot right there from Johnson. But again, that wasn't even a hard speed up. It was like 50%, and she got right in between the legs where it jams Megan Fudge up just enough.
Fudge can't make the pickup side out, but she and Diascu do get one back.
7-1.
Oh, it landed
in.
Roll it, Gabe Tardio.
Off his paddle, I'm like, that's way out.
So was
I would have let that go.
So was Megan Fudge. Yeah.
She thought that was way gone. Landed inside the baseline.
I say I would have let that go. I'd have hit that.
No,
I play so many outballs. Forget it. I came to play.
And yeah, I mean, that's like a foot inside.
Yeah.
Fudge can't believe it. The topspin bringing it back down into the back of the court. As the momentum has shifted here on championship court in game number 2. You talked about the bait balls. What do Fudge and Diascu have to do to counter the plan from Johnson and Tardio?
So when they went down, they called that timeout. What you saw out of the timeout was Megan Fudge didn't get caught going straight cross court. She went 1 or 2 to Georgia Johnson, and then she went 1 behind Gabe Tardio. So she was changing the pattern up, and I think that's what she still needs to do here. She needs to change the pattern up, not get sucked into that with Georgia Johnson, because Georgia's going to kind of play on her right there, and she's going to bait her into things. If Megan Fudge can move the ball in and out and try and go back behind Gabe Tardio with the next one, it kind of opens up the court. Then it kind of does bring Andre Diascu back into the point as well.
8-1.
She
got there and missed it. Great hustle from Georgia Johnson.
I mean, imagine being full sprint and then you having to get some touch on the ball. box, and there it is, right? That's exactly it. But in an involved Diascu in the point in the middle of that.
I'm actually very surprised that Tardio did not go for the only on that last ball and allowed that ball to get back behind him.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Johnson missed it.
She was so far out ahead of it.
3-8-1.
3-8-1. Johnson going right back at that right foot of Fudge.
Well, that one she changed spots. She brought back in between the feet. So Johnson's doing a good job of changing spots and keeping Fudge off balance.
Fudge
that one
paints
lands
the
in.
line.
And a good adjustment there from Fudge. Just pushing this one down the line.
4-8-2.
How did he reach that ball, let alone get it up and over the net, Diascu?
I don't know.
6'4" with a 6'8" guy reach.
This is the forehand side out, but Fudge and Diascu cut into the lead. It's now only a 3-point advantage for Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio.
Back within striking distance here. Nice run from Fudge and Diascu.
Yeah, that was tough for Johnson to try and lay off the speed up after you already gotten 5-6 points into that hands exchange.
Johnson can't believe she missed it.
Well, I'm not a fan of Tardio stepping in right there in the middle and taking it and pushing it out to Diascu. They're having the success where they're isolating Diascu and going after Fudge. So allowing Diascu to play a little bit more, and it's not like Tardio's pushing it further out behind Diascu where he's having to scramble. So I almost feel like Tardio just needs to allow Johnson to set him up right now.
Great spot initially from Georgia Johnson. Pulled Diascu way out and way back behind the baseline. And then Tardio goes back middle, and Diascu has to run, sprint over, and ends up with the 7th into the net.
Oh, what a backhand from Fudge up the middle.
Sit up and tee it up.
It's all about that spot, though. If she goes at the paddle or at any one of them, it's going to come back, but she finds the middle.
Side out? No, I did not. Call stand.
No?
We're going to get a challenge.
And the challenge on the out call.
So
is side out.
it was called wide along the line. Georgia Johnson challenging.
And again, why not?
You're not going to lose anything.
No, not going to lose anything, and you can possibly slow momentum down. So again, use your challenges wisely. You almost use it as a timeout. You got 3, and it was close. You know, from here, tough to tell. We'll see on the replay.
Fudge and Diascu putting together a little bit of a run here in game number 2. They've slowed the momentum of Tardio, and Johnson is take another look.
Close.
And maybe wide. It all depends on did it catch any line at all.
That's usually the definition of it, Chad.
No. I'm saying the space between, right? Are we able to see gray between the ball and the line?
It is a quick review.
Johnson and Tardio lose
The call stands. The ball was out.
Left. Fudge and Diascu have 3 challenges.
So Johnson and Tardio have 2 challenges left. The serve will go back over to Fudge and Diascu at 5-8-1. But it has forced Fudge and Diascu to take a pause
5-8-1.
as they get back on serve.
Oh, what a dig
right
from Megan
on
Fudge.
the tee.
Incredible dig right there. That ball should have been done for. Fudge digs it out. Like you said, Dorian hits that tee on the sideline.
Diascu getting involved on that left side, and the deficit is down to 1.
A nice hands battle there, won by Megan Fudge and Andre Diascu. And right now, Tardio and Johnson can't get into the slower game right now. They're getting sped up real early.
Oh, and just a missed ball from Tardio. We are tied at 8.
The defense is what is really frustrating Johnson and Tardio right now. All these balls that are coming back, and they try to go for more, try to create more angle, more depth.
Second serve.
Second serve on the way. Johnson and Tardio led by as many as 6. It was 7-1-2, and since then it has been a 7-1 run in favor of Fudge and Diascu. Going for the big backhand, catches the tape.
Got to make that one right there and put some pressure on. Don't give anything up.
8-8-1.
Oh, and a short hop miss from Georgia Johnson.
All of a sudden, Johnson and Tardio feeling a little tight. Oh, Tardio comes with a backhand down the line.
But what did he do? It was easy, right? He didn't try and kill this ball. Watch how smooth he is. Look at that. Just stayed so short and quick. Oh, and then that.
Missed third from Tardio, side out.
8-9-1.
8-9-1, Fudge back on serve. ATP Georgia Johnson for the 3rd time this game.
And that one was a little off-pace ATP right there. She knew Diascu was going to be in defense mode and in defensive position there, so she hits it a little bit softer, doesn't give him as much power to get it off the paddle.
I love in the middle of that point, though, too, Diascu giving the head fakes. The big man going with the,
He's
the
going
inside out.
Yeah, he's going with the Duke.
Learned that from Blake Griffin at Oklahoma. Oh, going behind Tardio. What a move.
I got this, Diascu's not. No, I don't.
What a recovery by Diascu.
I got you covered.
Tardio puts it away, and it brings up game point.
That's defense right there, though, from Fudge and Diascu.
2 Fudge, 1 Diascu. 2 Diascu, 1 Fudge. Let's keep going back and forth until we get the ball popped up.
to the tape. Johnson and Tardio outlast Fudge and Diascu. We head to a winner-take-all Game 3 here in our second semifinal. That's coming up next here on Championship Court. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Hey, I'm Chef Chad Rosenthal, and I'm here today with Vlasic Pickles to put the pickle in pickleball. In pickleball, a dill ball is a shot that is inbounds and is bounced only once. It's a live ball. This Vlasic Pickle Dip is a live ball of pickle flavor. Crunchy pickle perfection.
Georgia Johnson and Game Tardio staving off a comeback attempt by Megan Fudge and Andre Diascu. They take game number 2, 11-8. They kept up that pressure on Fudge, baited her into those speed-up balls. It was a strategy that paid dividends.
Well, and they attempted to do that in game 1. They just couldn't find the right rhythm. Here in game 2, really focused on going outside the right foot, brought it back into the inside the feet, and like Dom said, the bait balls to get Fudge to try to speed up, and Tardio was just sitting there for the counter. Diascu started coming over, taking a few more of those balls that were between the feet or at that left foot and putting the pressure on. So it'll be interesting to see, how much Diascu is going to move here in game 3, and if he's really going to try to insert himself and get that pressure off Fudge.
And just for me, impressed by the youngsters. They gave up a huge lead. It was 8-8. They come out, score the next 3, and win it. Very impressed. Very mature for their age are Tardio and Johnson. They're veterans of the sport already at young age, been around a while. Very impressed with them to finish that game off. This game 3, up for grabs.
Tardio introduced to the sport of pickleball at age 14 when his grandfather built a pickleball court in his native country of Bolivia. Such mental fortitude from Johnson and Tardio to force this game 3 as Georgia Johnson will start us off to serve. Winner of this match advancing to Championship Sunday.
Ooh. That's what Tardio has to be careful not to do, is trying to do too much, trying to take up too much court.
Johnson just trying to run through that ball.
Well, that's a good ball from Diascu, too. He keeps that nice and low. It's at the shins of Georgia Johnson.
Sails long.
Good pressure there from Johnson and Tardio. Got that bait ball. Fudge sped it up down the line. Quick flick from Tardio.
one sails long as well. We've used that terminology over the game number 2 and setting up game number 3 about bait ball. Why is that ball looking like one to Megan Fudge, like she can speed up?
It's a dead dink or it's a floating ball where it gives you that illusion that you can do something with. However, Tardio and Johnson are sitting there after hitting that, solely looking for the counter attack. They're not thinking about anything going soft or anything else.
And just to add on to Chad's, the reason it's a bait ball too is because they know that that's what Megan Fudge wants to speed up from. She wants to speed up from her two-handed backhand. And if they give her a ball there and she speeds up on it and they're sitting on it, it's just more appropriate for them to be prepared for it.
And it adds a little insult to injury.
Very league of their own. Can't hit them, can't lay off them high balls. Oh.
Georgia was in it. She was in the position right as she hit. She stood up, legs came straight. Now instead of hitting middle of the paddle, she hits bottom edge and across the top of the ball.
Johnson doing her best, but can't come up with a dig on the big put away from Diascu.
2-1-1.
The slap just takes this.
That's a tomahawk right there. That's not even the frack.
Oh,
she's like sitting straight here and just whack.
Right at her face.
Lightning quick hands from Georgia Johnson.
2-1-2.
Easy put away. Second time in this service game that Diascu has gotten that ball.
Yeah, good setup by him, who started that first speed up right there and gets the next one that he could put away. Fudge right on that last one.
1-3-1.
Side out, 1-3-1.
Johnson caught him.
Caught him. She caught him and pulled him out.
That's
Heads
true
up play
teamwork
from Georgia
right there.
Johnson.
I mean, a really good set piece here from Tardio. Goes crossbody on Fudge, and then just jumps straight back to the forehand. But it's the save there from Johnson as he's tiptoeing along the kitchen line.
Oh, Georgia. Drop the front shoulder and get on top of a ball.
That elevated backhand over the left shoulder. Johnson, one of her favorite balls, able to put it away. And it's 3-all here in game number 3. Diascu and Fudge took game 1 11-6 before Johnson and Tardio took game 2 11-8. This
Rushed
drive.
Stood up tall, rushed it, came across the top of the ball. You know, it's difficult in these situations to try to slow yourself down and not allow the adrenaline to get to you.
How did Johnson hang with that net cord in the middle of the point?
No idea.
That was tough.
No idea.
Not only hang with
17
it,
years old, 17-year-old eyes and hands.
And reflexes.
Not only hang with it, but reset it. Like, doesn't pop it off or do something crazy with it.
First lead of the game for Johnson and Tardio.
Oh, he had it set up as well. Overswung. It was the second step, and which created the second take back. Knew exactly what he was going to do off that shorter ball.
3-4-1.
decision there from Johnson to go backside on Diascu.
And what happens is people will tend to want to really hit that ball down the line. If you do, Diascu's going to get it because it's up, but you get it down.
Elevated ball put away, tied at 4.
Well, and that's a set play there from Fudge and Diascu as well, where Fudge speeds it up left hip on Johnson, so that ball's going to come back, a little bit more toward Fudge, so Diascu can step over, be extended on that forehand.
That's good pressure to the back side of Diascu twice. Johnson goes inside out behind him. Diascu recovers, and as he recovers back to the middle, Tardio goes back behind him again.
Johnson went for the rip down the line.
Just a little while.
4-4-2. 4-4-2.
No reason for that at all. Tardio does not need to do that right there. Just let Georgia do what she's doing. Unless you can attack that, don't go.
And then popped up that ball for Fudge to put away. That's a case of the previous point impacting the next.
Yeah, again, trying to make something happen. And in all honesty, that pull from Fudge is probably going out too.
Two straight points for Fudge and Diascu. They take the lead 6-4. Timeout. Johnson and Tardio at the end change, rather.
Yeah, we'll change ends here, 6-4.
Still a good time for a break for Johnson and Tardio, finding themselves trailing 6-4 here in game number 3.
It's that built-in timeout here you get on the end change that, you don't want to take a timeout at 5-4 because you got one coming up. So now you get the built-in one at 6-4. But again, nice job here from Fudge and Diascu answering the bell and taking a 2-point lead on the end change.
What's the most important thing for Johnson and Tardio to do here to reset coming out of the end change?
Calm yourself down. Calm yourself down. No unnecessary speed ups, no unnecessary step overs. Specifically Tardio, when Johnson's controlling the point there and looking to set him up. But yeah, you just have to settle back in. Like you can take your chances with a couple of speed ups, but you have to just really focus on getting back to what got you game 2, and that was isolating Fudge and going outside that right foot, back in between the feet, allowing Diascu to come over and you look for the counter or that bait ball from Fudge. And when you have the opportunity to go back behind Diascu to keep him honest, right now, if you allow Fudge and Diascu to be more aggressive and set the tempo, then you're going to be back on your heels.
Winner of this match moves on to meet Tyra Black and Dylan Frazier in the gold medal match on Sunday. Fudge stepping across.
2 in a row. And it's not a super hard drive there from Diascu. It's something that has shape, that's below the net, that forces the punch volley, the block volley back up over the net.
Oh. Wow.
Tremendous defense from Diascu pays dividends.
There's no business to get that ball back over, and he does perfectly.
That is ridiculous, Andre Diascu.
Just get your paddle there.
Second serve on the way. Good spot from Tardio.
Yeah, good spot, good roll. Doesn't try to overhit it, just adds the shape, adds the spin.
Sails long.
Just a good spot right there from Dasku, right at the body of Georgia Johnson, jamming her up just enough.
5-point run for Dasku and Fudge.
Right there, your little lob in the back. Little lob. Little lob is what you need. Cover that. It's only 2 steps back. Let's go from
Fudge can't make the pickup, side out.
So a huge hold right there for Tardio and Johnson.
4-9-1.
Work to do for Johnson and Tardio.
Yeah, good spot right there from Tardio, but again on that speed up, he comes in hard, but he sets his feet before he hits that last ball. Goes outside hip of Dasku.
Stops a 5-point run. Great combination, and Tardio puts it away.
But that's all about the spot there from Georgia Johnson. Gets it down between the feet. And I would be looking for Tardio right now, not to be aggressive in the middle, but to sit down the line and look for the counter attack there. It's almost counterintuitive in mixed doubles where you're telling your guy, hey, don't be aggressive in the middle, right? But you're wanting, again, you're wanting Dasku to step over and try to attack. That way, you're wanting Fudge to try to attack down the line. And Johnson is just going to pull strings and move that ball around.
Dasku and Fudge taking a timeout. 2 points away from taking the match. But Johnson and Tardio on serve. Dom, what's been the biggest difference for Johnson and Tardio here over the last 2 points?
Well, again, they're sitting on the counter attack, right? So they're sitting on the attack. I think they need to stay in these points. Again, Georgia Johnson continuing to go to Megan Fudge there. The biggest difference, though, is Gabe Tardio ready for the attack from Megan Fudge because she's trying to pull that trigger down the line. If she does, he's ready for it, and that counter is putting them a little bit in trouble, that being Dasku and Fudge. So if I'm over there talking to Fudge and Dasku, I'm like, listen, Megan, stay in it. If you get it to your two-handed backhand, it's in the middle, now you got options. But when you're going to the forehand and you're just going right down that line, it's Tardio, he's sitting on it. So if they give her a ball that's a little up, does Georgia Johnson to Megan Fudge, and she can pull the trigger with a two-hander, I'll take a chance right now at 6-9.
6-9-1.
Nice. Nice job right there of Andre Dasku punching that ball down.
6-9-2.
Oh, he nearly got it back, but the big put away from Dasku gets he and Fudge back on serve.
Yeah, I like the aggression from Fudge and Dasku the last couple of points. I'll look for them to be aggressive here, really put the pressure on to try to close this one out.
Dasku gets the first dig on a tough ball.
That was a very floated ball right there. That was tough.
Huge hold coming right here for Tardio and Johnson if they can do it. Get the ball back in hand.
maybe the two biggest points of the match for Tardio and Johnson as they were pinching middle.
Little confusion in the middle
Yeah.
between Diasco and Fudge on one ball, and it popped up just a little too high. It was the one right before that.
The one before it.
Yep. It caused just enough confusion. No.
Tadio, a little impatient there. And that is a very difficult speed up, very tough ball to speed up from there.
6-9-2.
Again, he tried to do that in game 2 where he got pulled really hard wide, and he tries to go even harder and wider, and he's off balance.
But what that shows right there is the experience of Fudge and Diasco over Johnson Tadio. More so Diasco Tadio in that situation where Tadio's trying to do too much. Diasco is just putting pressure on by staying consistent.
Fudge and Diasco have worked themselves a match point.
Ten, 6-1.
Johnson misses, and Fudge and Diasco are into Championship Sunday. A 3-round knockdown drag-out fight, Fudge and Diasco. They take it 11-6, 8-11, 11-6. We will hear from the winners when we come back here on Championship Court at the Chase APB Miami Pickleball Open.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Cat tire.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
And we'll take another look at game 3 here. Andre Diascu, Megan Fudge, the 2 seeds, getting back to Championship Sunday. The defense, the consistency, and the experience, getting them through over the youngsters. Now moving on, Dominic Catalano is courtside with our Franklin post-match interview.
All right, first, Megan, you're standing next to me, but Andre, thank you for that hug. I'm soaking wet now. I appreciate that so much, buddy.
I wanted to share the moment with you, Dom.
Thank you, buddy. Megan, moving on to the match. I mean, absolutely incredible. What a battle right there. They come back, win a second game. You guys come back and take charge in game 3. What was the difference for you guys in that matchup for you just to kind of push over that edges? They were hanging tough there.
Yeah, I mean, like, we just kept on saying, like, we win the dogfight. It was like, it was a battle. It was back and forth. You know, Andre was just staying on me, making sure I was staying aggressive and decisive. Those were just key words for me to kind of dig in and go big. So, you know, kudos to this guy.
And then, Andre, going against someone you know very well, Gabe Tardio, your partner, what was it going into that's going to put you over the edge with him, but then all of a sudden now switch that mindset, now you got to be partners with him tomorrow?
Yeah, we practiced a lot together. We've obviously played quite a bit together this year. I know Gabe is a great player. So is Georgia, great competitors. They play so well in that game 2. Game 3, they made it so tough for us to take it. But no, the difference maker, to be honest with you, was definitely Megan there at 9-6. You know, we went back and forth a couple of times, and she just played an absolute solid point to get us to 10-6, and that kind of freed me up to play a good point as well to take it home. You know, so it was all about the teamwork today, and just super happy to be on another championship Sunday with Megan.
And moving forward, Championship Sunday against Tyra Black and Dylan Frazier. What's a game plan going in there, Meg?
I have no idea. I'm going to watch some tape. So I haven't played them before, so super excited. I'm sure I'm going to get together with my team, with Andre, get some notes maybe tomorrow night, but I've got doubles tomorrow, so I'm going to focus on that first.
All right, well, congratulations, guys. Moving on to Championship Sunday. We'll take a quick break here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
When I first started the company, I was really excited to empower people of all abilities. You've made something that people find invaluable. It fuels you to keep making a better impact with your business.
I don't have to think about the pathway to the ocean. I just know that I'm going to be able to surf again.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
From tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The APP is sponsored by Chase. AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do. And Tervis, the original insulated tumbler.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
At Typical Insurance, you're just another senior.
That is the third health insurance commercial with seniors at a farmer's market. Right? Don't get me wrong, I love a fresh heirloom, but it's like those companies think we're all the same. That's why I chose Humana. Before I signed up, I spoke to someone who actually listened to what I needed. She told me about benefits that were right for me, like vision and dental, all in my budget. I finally feel in control. What are you doing? Taking control.
Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's best eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
My name is Chef Jamoke Jackson. I'm here with Vlasic Pickles, and I'm putting the pickle back in pickleball. In pickleball, a chop is a slice from high to low to put a backspin on the pickleball. I'm chopping up Vlasic Pickles to make this sweet and savory chopped pickle salad. Feta cheese, Kalamata olives, olive oil, red wine vinegar, lemon juice, sugar, black pepper, toss to mix. Sweet, heat, and full of flavor.
Welcome back to the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open. Our mixed doubles gold medal match is set. It will be Tyra Black and Dylan Frazier taking on Megan Fudge and Andre Diascu, who outlasted Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio in our second semifinal. They will play on Sunday. Meanwhile, coming up next on Championship Court, who will be taking home the bronze? Will Howes and Millie Rain. They fell to Black and Frazier in the first semifinal, 12-10. And 11-1. They will be taking on Johnson and Tardio. When we come back, you're watching the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open on ESPN.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Managed ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more, paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
The APP is sponsored by Gamma. Play to live, live to play. Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs. And Humana, official healthcare partner of the APP Tour.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Ora Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
When I first started the company, I was really excited to empower people of all abilities. You've made something that people find invaluable. It fuels you to keep making a better impact with your business.
I don't have to think about the pathway to the ocean. I just know that I'm going to be able to surf again.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
The APP is sponsored by Alas, official on-court apparel of the APP Tour. C&D Nets, the highest quality nets made in the USA. And Vlasic Pickles, official pickle of the APP Tour.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
At Typical Insurance, you're just another senior.
That is the third health insurance commercial with seniors at a farmer's market, right? Don't get me wrong, I love a fresh heirloom, but it's like those companies think we're all the same. That's why I chose Humana. Before I signed up, I spoke to someone who actually listened to what I needed. She told me about benefits that were right for me, like vision and dental, all in my budget. I finally feel in control. What are you doing? Taking control.
Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
Fulfill.
We'll talk
We
about my
swear it's a
idiocy.
protein bar.
Welcome back to Championship Court. Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio warming up ahead of their bronze medal match. They will be taking on Will Howells and Millie Rain, two players that they know very well, part of that training group down in Florida. We saw this foursome play in Sacramento with Georgia Johnson. Let me correct myself because Georgia was playing with JW.
Yes.
Gabe Tardio played with Jill Braverman, but played a mixture of these players. But again, these players know each other very well. They train together. And both of these teams are coming off of really tough semifinal losses. Rain and Howells, they were in it. They had a game point in game number one, couldn't close it out. As we take a look at Millie Rain, the 26-year-old out of Boca Raton, Tardio and Johnson dropped the 3-game heartbreaker to Fudge and Diascu. For both of these teams, Dom, what's the key for putting that behind you and focusing on the task at hand?
Have the memory of a goldfish.
All right, Ted Lasso.
That's it. Let it go.
Do you have a believe sign somewhere that I don't know about?
It's in my bag.
Tape it up in the back of the boot tomorrow.
That's it. Wow, nice resets right there. But again, you said it in all seriousness, it's let the last match go. We got to focus on this because winner gets a medal, loser gets fourth. You don't want to go home without any hardware here in Miami.
Well, especially with both of these teams having been so close to playing in that gold medal match.
Second serve.
Second serve coming.
0-0-2. Side out.
Quick side out. Not the start that Tardio and Johnson would have wanted.
0-0-1. Point.
Rain catching Tardio in the body. Rain sails the backhand long. Good pressure there from Tardio, keeping her back towards the baseline.
1-0-2.
Nice job.
Ball.
Yeah, great job right there. Gabe Tardio ready for that speed up from Millie Rain. And almost Will Howells getting iced out right there.
0-1-1.
Well, we've seen both Rain and Georgia Johnson willingness to take on the men's players without fear one-on-one.
Second
As
serve.
Johnson comes up short into the net. In the
0-1-2.
quarterfinal, Johnson had that one-on-one with Johnson Cola that lasted multiple shots.
Great job right there. And pressure from Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio. Millie Rain doing everything she can to stay in that point.
Ultimately, Howells couldn't come up with a dig, so 1-1 here in the first game of the bronze medal match.
Oh, Millie Rain just pulling the trigger early right there. I believe if Tardio lets that ball go, it's going to go out. But
Second serve.
Howells misses the drive. Both of these teams still feeling each other out despite their familiarity with one another.
Nice spot there from Gabe Tardio, right hip of Will Howells.
And it's so deceptive the way that Tardio goes after that hip. It's that last second speed up through contact.
Second serve.
Deep drive there from Howells, keeping Tardio back, brings up second serve.
1-1-2.
Oh, Rain just stands up a little bit too quickly through that dink. She's got to keep those knees bent, stay low.
2-1-2.
Use the arm as a lever to roll that ball up and over.
They're back on the missed ball in there for Tardio too. We talk about the margins being so slim, and usually we're talking about the lines, but just that fraction of inches that you move right before contact changes where the ball hits on your paddle and changes the trajectory.
Nice inside out from Georgia Johnson. And you looked at the face of Gabe Tardio after he made that mistake. He was super frustrated. You're almost looking at it, and it's the face of a guy who just came off a 3-game nail biter to get into Championship Sunday. Almost still thinking about that. Oh, nice angle from Georgia Johnson.
Johnson not worried about anything that's happened. She is here to win another medal to add to her already impressive total on tour this season. 4 gold medals, including the Triple Crown in Sacramento.
Second serve.
Misses the drop there.
A little wide with that kind of short hop through a
2-1-2.
forehand roll.
Rain did all the hard work and then couldn't come up with the dig.
Yeah, nice job right there from Millie Rain, staying in it, working through transition. Nice counter from Gabe Tardio. He's having none of that speed up off the paddle of Millie Rain, and he knows that's coming. They practice, they play together very often.
Counter-attack earns Tardio and Georgia Johnson a 3-point advantage. They are up 4-1-2.
4-1-2.
Just a little bit wide off the paddle of Johnson. Side out.
1-4-1.
Oh, nice spot there from Tardio. He goes right at the left shoulder of Millie Rain. She can't clear that shoulder out of the way and gets jammed up just enough.
1-4-2.
Johnson going right at the left hip of Howells, not able to clear that. Those well-placed balls into the body.
Well, she hit it too. She almost looked like she was going to go back to Millie Rain, who was at the baseline. And she rolls it over nicely right at that left hip of Howells. Oh, nice little wrist flick there from Gabe Tardio, as he still is just mean mugging his way around the court right now. He does not look happy to be in this match because of the turnaround. He just played a semifinal 15 minutes ago in a heartbreaker, but he's got to get through it, and he is right now.
The best way to put that one behind you is to come out and win the next one.
Oh, nice counter from Georgia Johnson on the speed up from Howells. And he is. He's not playing bad. I'm just saying.
Right. Oh, no, you and I have both been there. We're competitors.
Yes, exactly.
6-1-1.
You're just frustrated that
because you
came
feel like
off.
you played well enough that you should be in Championship Sunday.
Yep. Nice job right there as Howells screams, "Why am I taking that?"
Dom, why is he taking that ball?
Well, he's taking it because it's his forehand. He thinks he can get it, but he's full extension. He's getting off the edge of the paddle. That's right on Millie Rain's paddle. We talk about that in the middle, right? So that ball, it is his forehand, but the ball's moving away from him because of the angle it's coming at. So that right there, see how Georgia Johnson's coming across and going towards Millie Rain with that. That's Rain's ball because it's coming to her, even though it is her backhand. So for those of you watching at home, forehand in the middle takes the middle. That is a big misconception. It is where that ball and the angle of which that ball is coming from. As Gabe Tardio getting some dinner in between points here, as he's been on court all day and he's famished.
Listen, do what you got to do.
Hey, these guys play long days. This bracket started at 9 a.m.
Before we got
it is
here.
now 5:30 in the evening.
A long day on court for all four of these players. They'll turn around and do it again tomorrow as both men's and women's doubles coming up on our Saturday here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Gabe Tardio playing great right here in this bronze medal match. And, you know, that's how you shake off a loss in the semi, is come out here hot and firing.
I think hot is the operative word in all senses.
Howells and Rain changing it up, keeping Millie Rain on that left side for that last point. We'll see if they do it again here. They gave a smile. I think they are. Oh,
Tricky Tardio inside out forehand catches Howells trying to chicken wing it.
well, the key right here is watch Tardio let that ball travel across his body. He hits it when that ball is traveled all the way across his chest to his left hip.
Good placement there from Rain to earn the side out. But she and Will Howells find themselves trailing 1-9-1 here in game one of the bronze medal match. They do keep Rain on the left side. That puts her straight up with Georgia Johnson. What is the dynamic between those two in this matchup?
So the difference is they're just trying to change it up right now. It's 9-1. Putting Millie Rain on the right and Howells on the left hadn't been working. So they're just trying to change the pace up a little bit. I don't think it's really an advantage. I think the advantage is having Howells on the left and they go back to it.
I'm just trying to find anything they can take into game two, because right now everything going the way of Tardio and Johnson. That catches the back line. And just like that, it is game point for Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio.
10-1-1.
Sails long off the return. Game one goes to the 3 seed, Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio, 11-1. Game two in our bronze medal match coming up next here on Championship Court. It's the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
At Typical Insurance, you're just another senior.
That is the third health insurance commercial with seniors at a farmer's market. Right? Don't get me wrong, I love a fresh heirloom, but it's like those companies think we're all the same. That's why I chose Humana. Before I signed up, I spoke to someone who actually listened to what I needed. She told me about benefits that were right for me, like vision and dental, all in my budget. I finally feel in control. What are you doing? Taking control.
Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
Back to action here on Championship Court. Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio taking game number 1, 11-1. And they start us off here in game number 2 of our bronze medal match. Into the left hip of Will Howells as Johnson and Tardio get on the board first. It's been tough sledding for Howells and Rain. They were in that first game of the semifinal, had 2 game points as Johnson just misses on the side of the line. But since then, Will Howells and Millie Rain have been outscored 27-3.
The wheels fell off after that, having 2 game points and then losing 11-1 in that second game. So good.
So much pressure.
Yeah, just good point construction there from Georgia Johnson. She went behind Howells at the right time, didn't force it. Ooh, that ball's there for Rain. Yeah, it's there. She's got that. If she can just get a little more on that.
A quick side out for Johnson and Tardio. Tried to speed it up, instead catches the tape.
The best part is in the middle of that point after the counter from Tardio, his hair got in his eyes and wiped his face, get the hair out. Kid needs a headband right now.
Listen, the longer hair is back in style, Dom. I know you like to rock the little faux hawk. It's smaller this year, though.
Yeah,
that's just a big slap from Tardio.
Had to cut it down. My son, same way. He's got long hair. For basketball, he's got to wear a headband. Tell him you got to keep your hair out of your eyes. You can't see. You're the point guard. You got to see everything.
Head on a swivel.
That's it. But nice start here for Johnson and Tardio. That counter right there, you called out from Gabe Tardio. Short and sweet.
Second serve.
Misses the aggressive third there. It brings up second serve.
3-0-2.
Nice hands. Gabe Tardio.
Millie Rain has had so much success today with that lob, but all of her previous opponents have taken it out of the air. Tardio's the first one to let it drop and play it back over. Tardio's all over it.
Well, you talked about that lob, right? So Millie Rain had that on Susanna Barr and Hunter Johnson. I talked to them after that match, that being Barr and Johnson, and they were like, we just need to let Hunter Johnson run it down, reset it back in, instead of Susanna trying to go up and hit that with the left hand.
Johnson tried to return the lob. It's a side out, but that's a point that you can play with when you have a 5-point lead.
Yeah, exactly. So she tried to lob the lob. Yeah, nice counter right there from Millie Rain. And Will Howell's all over that put away.
Howells and Rain on the board here in game number 2.
1-5-1.
Howell's getting a little bit too big.
But it's a good spot right there from Tardio. He doesn't try and hit it too hard. He gets it at the thigh of Will Howells. So it's not up around his belly or his hip where he can hit down on it. It's at his thigh. So when he is trying to counter that, he's got to get a little underneath it. And that's the hard part about that.
Your only options once you get underneath the ball at that spot in the court as another elevated ball. That one rolls in, but your only options at that point in the court to finish that thought, you're either going to put it into the tape like Howells did, or you're going to pop it up for an easy put away.
Correct. And right there, Tardio, that's a heat check right there for him, trying to speed that ball up. Not the proper speed up at that time. Oh, that's pretty.
What an ATP from Rain. Very casual, too.
That's pretty. She shapes this nicely. She didn't even need to, but she does. To add insult to injury, she keeps it 1.5 feet in.
No doubt about it for Millie Rain.
Oh, good.
Oh, she read it right. What a move from Rain. She just couldn't come up with it.
That's exactly what I was saying. It was a good read from Rain. She read where Johnson was going to go with that ball.
Millie Rain, very cerebral player. Those floating balls are every player's nemesis.
Well, it's like adjusting from fastball to changeup or fastball to curveball. You're expecting something fast, then you got to adjust. Very difficult.
Easy forehand through the middle. Georgia just makes it look so smooth.
It was too easy right there. Johnson just a little wrist flick right there after the beautiful lob. I was almost expecting if she got into a couple more dinks, I was going to wait for her to flip up another lob because that last lob was absolutely perfect. She dots the back corner.
We take another look at that point, ultimately won by Johnson and Tardio. There's the lob.
And then watch this little flick by Georgia Johnson. Nice and easy. Keeps that about 6 feet in at about 50 to 60% as Gabe Tardio back into the dish. I mean, they're growing kids.
Johnson and Tardio both still teenagers. I'm not sure they're quite on the Michael Phelps 3,000 calories a day, but listen, get it where you can.
No, but I've known both these kids since they started pickleball. And so both of them have really grown into their bodies here and really started to fill out and gain that strength needed to play at this top level. Oh, so good.
Nearly a souvenir.
I mean, what a good ATP there from Gabe Tardio right here. And Rain with the defense, but Johnson able to finish.
8-3-1.
Now you're seeing from Tardio and Johnson why that semifinal between Fudge and Diescu was so closely contested. Howells pushes it long. Absolutely everything coming back off of the paddle of Johnson and Tardio.
So Howell's trying to make something happen right there, and I understand it, but again, you're trying to do a little too much from that position.
9-3-1.
9-3-1.
Point.
Missed return. Match point for the bronze medal on the paddle of Gabe Tardio. Howells can't make the pickup. That will do it as Gabe Tardio and Georgia Johnson, big hugs, smiles, maybe some more food for Gabe Tardio as he and his partner take home the bronze medal here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open over Will Howells and Millie Rain, 1 and 3.
Yeah, what a game right there. Johnson and Tardio answering after just losing, 15 minutes prior. Great job by them. Congratulations to them. And a nice run from Howells and Rain.
All 4 of those players will be back on court tomorrow. Here is what's coming up on Saturday. It is a full schedule ahead, men's and women's doubles. Our coverage begins at noon Eastern right here on ESPN+. You can join us then. And, of course, don't forget Championship Sunday coming up as our third and final day. Plenty of action here inside the Miami Convention Center here on this Friday. Top seed goes down. ATPs, celebrations all around, closely contested battles. Gold ticket punched, as this is the first day of action from the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open. We'll see you right back here tomorrow.
And moving on to the mixed pro.
Thanks, Hank.
Thank you, Hank.